Portia. Order, please. Before we begin, in the public gallery, I'd like to welcome Doris Hudson of Pouch Gold. Doris is joining us this afternoon for a member statement. Welcome. Also like to welcome a new page here with us today, Emma Ayres. Emma is completing her Bachelor of Arts degree at Memorial University with a major in psychology and a minor in law and public policy. Welcome, Emma. And I'd also like to welcome young Orion, who's joining us this afternoon. Sitting with his mom, the Minister of Education. Welcome. Today we'll hear statements by the honourable members for Torngat Mountains, Waterford Valley, Bayvert Green Bay, Bonavista, and Cape St. Francis. The honourable member for Torngat Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. Marjorie Flowers, Nee Anderson, born and raised in Makovic, Nunatsiavut, moved to Hopedale in 1996 to start a life with the love of her life, Brian. Sadly, Brian passed away 23 years later, but Marjorie continues to live the positive and productive life that they both planned. Marjorie began as a chapel servant in the Moravian Church, but stepped up to take on the responsibility as lay minister. She, along with others, dedicated members, keep the church going, holding regular services, marrying, baptizing, and laying their parishioners to rest, all with the message of hope, love, and resilience. Her convictions formed young. Marjorie, along with her siblings, had to go away to residential school, the dorm we used to call it. Marjorie shares her experiences, educating others to the truth, so our history will not be forgotten. She served the people of Hopedale for 19 and a half years with the Labrador Inuit Health Commission and later Nunatsiavut's Health and Social Development before running for Onyekak. She's been elected by the people 3 times to lead Hopedale and represent them in the Nunatsiavut's House of Assembly. Marjorie works hard every day to improve Hopedale, and in the House of Assembly, her voice is respected greatly. Please join me in congratulating Marjorie on her contribution.
The Honourable member for Waterford Valley.
Thank you, Speaker. Community food pantries play a transformative role in ensuring food security, fostering compassion, and strengthening neighbourhoods. In both Shea Heights and Southside Road, the Little Free Pantry initiative embodies this spirit by providing accessible, no-barrier support to those in need. The Little Free Pantry operates on a simple yet powerful principle of neighbours helping neighbours. Stocked by community members and local supporters, these small but mighty pantries offer essential food items, toiletries, and other necessities to individuals and families who may be experiencing challenges. Their discreet 24/7 accessibility ensures anyone can benefit free of external judgment or stigma, creating a safe, welcoming space for all. In addition to addressing immediate needs, the Little Free Pantry fosters a culture of giving and mutual support. By encouraging residents to take what they need and give what they can, these pantries nurture a sense of community and connection and responsibility. The impact of these Little Free Pantries in Shea Heights and Southside Road extend far beyond the items on their shelves. They symbolize hope, dignity, and shared humanity. They remind us that collective action can create meaningful change and ensure no one in our external community is left behind. Please welcome me in congratulating the Little Free Pantries. Thank you.
The Honourable, the member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Speaker, with renewed board leadership and an energized focus, it is time to formally salute the Green Bay Chamber of Commerce. Last week, the new chamber even held a fall gala, and the CEO of Mary Brown's, Greg Roberts, who honed his entrepreneurial skills in the local area, provided encouragement to the varied Green Bay entrepreneurs. Formerly just a chamber for the town of Springdale, they lived to ebb and flow across all business sectors. Spring forward to now, and they are a regional chamber of commerce that serves 20 communities and every business in the Green Bay area. Today, there is notable optimism for what the next few years will offer, especially across the mining, fishing, forestry, agriculture, and tourism sectors. Eager to grow, the Chamber is pursuing opportunities towards some of the area's untapped potential, like with mining and tourism. Of specific tourism note, most Green Bay communities have invested in world-class hiking trails, and one of those trails even retraces a portion of our provincial biotic heritage. I invite all MHAs from the 50th Assembly to further engage the Chamber in person at upcoming events and to truly applaud them for becoming a regional entity. Thank you.
The Honourable, the member for Bonavista.
Thank you, Speaker. On Saturday, November the 23rd, 2024, the Kings Cove and Area Volunteer Fire Department celebrated their 50th anniversary. 50 years of supporting efforts to assure public safety of the residents of Kings Cove, Knights Cove, Stock Cove, Open Hall, Redcliffe, Tickle Cove, Dunterra, and Keels. Tom Maddox from Kings Cove was an educator at St. Mark's All-Grade School who was one of the founding members back in 1974 and remains still active within the fire department today. The other retired founding members are Eugene Batterton and John Batterton. Together with others, they started the department that has certainly proven to have longevity of service. The Kings Cove and Area Fire Department is a great example of regionalization and cooperation, providing services to an entire region off Route 235 in Bonavista Bay. The 23 members of these communities make up this regional fire department, and it remains as the founding members have envisioned fire safety for the entire region. I ask the members of the 50th House of Assembly to join me in recognizing those founding members of the Kings Cove and Area Fire Department and their regional approach in providing this life-saving service to these Bonavista Bay communities.
The Honourable, the member of Cape St. Francis.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, last Wednesday I had the opportunity to recognize 17 outstanding individuals from my district with the 75th anniversary of Confederation Medal, honoring those who have made significant contributions to their communities and to their province. These well-deserving individuals have dedicated many years of their time and talents for the benefit of others, acts of kindness that are essential to a connected community. The list of recipients are as follows. From the town of Balleen, Carol King, Diane LeGros, and Bill and Sharon O'Toole. From the town of Flatrock, Marion McCarthy, Joe Tilley, and Madonna Wilkinson. From Logie Bay Middle Cove, Outer Cove, Jerry Boland, Patrick O'Rourke, and Bruce Templeton. From the town of Pooch Cove, Kevin Connors, Sam Connors, Doris Hudson, Gary and Rose Nichols. And from the town of Torbay, Mary Lacey, Mike McGrath, Kevin Sharp, and Ralph Tapper. Speaker, these individuals play a vital role in shaping their communities through volunteering with their church, serving on municipal council, coaching school sports, active in the performing arts, historians, volunteer firefighters, makers of educational video documentaries, veterans, Lions Club, keepers of traditional music, and supporting our seniors. And Speaker, if I might add, Mrs. Doris Hudson played the organ in her church, Memorial United in Pooch Cove, for 75 years. Speaker, I extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to all these individuals for their various contributions to community and province. Their work and advocacy has been vital throughout my district, all the while not looking for any recognition. Please join me in thanking these people for their significant contributions. Thank you.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable the Minister of Children, Seniors and Social Development.
Speaker, the provincial government's Seniors of Distinction Awards celebrate the contributions, achievements, and diversity of older persons and seniors in the province. Seniors and older adults are making a strong impact on their communities every day. On October 1st, I had the pleasure of announcing the 2024 Seniors of Distinction as part of marking National Seniors Day and the United Nations International Day of Older Persons. And today I am pleased to again recognize these 9 remarkable individuals. This year's award recipients include Leo Churchill Bonnell, Sharon Brown, Harold Druken, awarded posthumously, Carl Parsons, Robert Charles Parsons, Joyce Leah Rogers, Linda Ryan, and Kabiri Sarmat Debneth. Our 9th recipient of Seniors of Distinction Award was Alvin Cluett, who sadly passed away on October 19th. Alvin and the other 8 individuals I have mentioned exemplify an ethic to service to others. Thank you all for your time and energy as you are leaders in your communities and are truly inspiring. Speaker, I invite all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to join me in congratulating the 2024 Seniors of Distinction. Thank you.
The Honourable the Member for Bonavista.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for an advanced copy of the statement. Speaker, the PC caucus congratulates these 9 exceptional recipients, each embodying the spirit of the provinces and its resilience and inherent duty to serve. Their selfless contributions and commitment to the welfare of others is truly highly commendable. A large congratulations goes out from us to all 9 recipients, and we pass along our condolences to the family of Mr. Cluett. I would, however, be remiss if I did not highlight the failures of this Liberal government in ensuring that our province's seniors may live without fear of undue medical hardships, unaffordable food and housing, and a lack of services. Despite promising a targeted seniors production reduction strategy more than a year ago, little action has been seen, and undoubtedly the number of seniors in poverty are increasing. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for an advanced copy of the statement. We also congratulate the 9 recipients of this prestigious award, and I thank them for their contributions to our province. We also call on government to do more to help seniors, as most of them struggle through the affordability crisis on fixed incomes. Please invest more in accessible, appropriate, and affordable housing, and once again we ask that government index the seniors' benefit to inflation and reevaluate the desperately low income cutoffs for other programs that seniors depend on. Thank you.
Further statements by ministers. The Honourable the Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in this honourable House to celebrate the positive impact on well-being initiatives across our province. In September, we were proud to declare Newfoundland and Labrador as Canada's first well-being province. Our government is making record investments in healthcare, with well-being at the forefront of government policy and decision-making to improve health outcomes. Through an all-of-government approach and collaboration across communities and municipalities, we have taken significant strides to improve the social determinants of health, which include such things as housing, childcare, financial security, education, and equity. As a partner in this work, the Department of Health and Community Services is already seeing improvements by implementing the province's first public health framework and health in all policies approach to ensure policies and initiatives have a beneficial or neutral impact on the determinants of health. the introduction of collaborative, team-based healthcare with a focus on prevention, early intervention, and well-being. Creating age-friendly and dementia-friendly communities with a targeted seniors' health and well-being plan, helping seniors to age well in place with dignity. Allocating childcare spaces for healthcare practitioners, and constructing a new mental health and addiction center, which has achieved substantial completion and will contribute to further expanding mental health and addiction services in the province. Speaker, we know there is more work to be done, and we remain committed to continue working with all our partners to improve the health and well-being of all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Deception Bay South.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for advancing a copy of his statement. Speaker, today's statement just shows how out of touch the Liberal government are with realities facing residents in this province. While the Premier again loves the photo ops and none more than the self-proclaimed well-being province, it is based in a fantasy land devoid of any reality. Speaker, the 163,000 people without a family doctor are not celebrating their well-being. The record numbers of children using food banks are not celebrating their well-being. Working class people are choosing between paying their rent or turning on the heat are not celebrating their well-being. The 3,000 people on low-income housing wait lists are not celebrating their well-being. The residents waiting 3 years for an MRI are not celebrating their well-being. The single mother who can't access childcare to return to work is not celebrating their well-being. Seniors who cannot afford to eat properly and are splitting their pills are not celebrating their well-being. So, Speaker, rather than declaring an ego boost, perhaps the government can declare health, human resource strategy, and a poverty reduction plan to treat our families and seniors with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for an advance copy of the statement. I will tell you, Speaker, that Rhonda Whalen and the residents of Keene Place are not seeing the benefit of these initiatives at all. There still remain significant gaps and people continue to struggle. To improve well-being, please invest more in social determinants of health, particularly basic income, affordable housing, and indexing of the seniors' benefits, income supplement, and income support to inflation. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Are there any further statements by ministers? Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, last night over 200 people attended a public town hall in Mount Pearl following a recent attack that has shaken their community and shocked the province. The wife of the Mount Pearl assault victim noted last night she arrived at the crime scene before police. Speaker, I ask the Premier, is this a result of the Liberal government's failure to properly staff our police force?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me completely sympathize and empathize with the family who had to go through that criminal act. Mr. Speaker, certainly nobody in this province wants to have anyone experience that type of behavior, Mr. Speaker. I will say that we have recognized that public safety and justice is paramount to the foundation of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. That's why we took the extra effort to invest extra money, not only in budget, but the Minister of Justice and Public Safety also announced in this sitting additional resources to support communities, whether that's in the Joint Task Force or whether that's in increasing correctional officers, whether that's increasing RNC officers with new positions, certainly new Crown attorneys. So this is a systems approach to ensure that the justice system is not only protected, but is I'll continue answering next time.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, last night the President of the NLTA stated children are taking weapons to school to protect themselves. I ask the Premier, does he still stand by his safe and caring schools policy?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. We've done significant work in the Department of Education to build our safe and caring schools policy, but like any policy that we have, it continues to grow and evolve. And we look at that routinely, and it's something that is actually on our desk right now to be reviewed. But we've also taken additional steps. I now chair the Coalition for Safe Schools, which includes several departments all across government, because we recognize that the solution to this problem isn't simply going to be solved in a classroom. It's going to take a multi-departmental approach. It's going to be the responsibility of government, of communities, of families, of parents, of teachers, of students, of schools, of all of us here in Newfoundland and Labrador to ensure that our province is safe.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, this most recent attack happened in front of an elementary school in Mount Pearl, Morris Academy. Has the Premier ordered a school safety audit in light of the attack?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
As I said, Speaker, yesterday when I answered, we do have several things in place right now that we're looking at, one of which is our pilot program for teaching and learning assistants who will be on the front lines. They'll be meeting students as they go throughout their day. They'll be evaluating the interactions in the schools and intervening where possible. We've had great feedback from the schools that have had these teaching and learning assistants instituted, and we've actually just been able to double the number that we're going to be able to put in our classrooms. So I say to the members opposite, if you have issues in your schools, then please bring them to my attention, and we'll be sure to look at the needs of the teaching and learning assistants that can be placed out as we evaluate where these new resources are going. In the interim, we also have additional resources for our guidance counselors. We've reduced the number from 1 to 500. The ratio is now 1 to 333.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, there's lots of things being talked about, but clearly it's not working. It's not working. Speaker, last year, the province was shocked when a youth was attacked with an axe on the front doorstep at WPC. Is there anything in place today, right now, to stop this from happening again?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Speaker. And as the member opposite references, a very unfortunate incident in our schools. It was one of the most serious that we've had, and those are the ones that often make the news. And unfortunately, we do have an increase in violent incidents in our schools, but the experience of violence is different for everybody, so we cannot compare what happens on a day-to-day basis to some of the most major incidents. That's why the approach that we're taking has to be multifaceted. We can't have a one-size-fits-all approach. We're going into the schools, we're going into our classrooms, we're speaking to our students and our teachers to see what solutions might be possible. But as I said, this is not something that the Department of Education or the government can solve themselves. It is going to have to be an approach of communities, families, parents.
The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, as I have said, this is about the children going to our schools. This is about their parents. This is about the teachers that are in the schools. And it's important to make sure that while a cookie-cutter approach may not be appropriate, it is appropriate that we have measures in place in every single school in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to protect the safety of our children and all of the people that work in those schools. So, Speaker, the police officers call the Youth Criminal Justice Act catch and release. Young offenders are routinely caught, charged, and quickly released, and then charged later in the day after committing another crime. Twice in the same day, catch and release. Speaker, I ask the Premier, will you admit the revolving door justice system is not addressing youth violence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question, and it's something that we're very committed to on this side of the House. You'll see from the last 3 weeks alone, we've committed some $43 million into Justice Continuum, which is an important piece. It takes time to work, as I say to the honourable member from Terranova, it takes time to work that system out. These crimes are happening in our communities. They're happening right across this country. We're dealing with it as an FTPs across our country in that way. That's why we're making those investments. That's why we see it as a full continuum of the justice system. That's why it's so important that you hit not only increasing police officers, creating joint task force operations both with the RNC and the RCMP, and also, more and more important than that, is making sure that those investments are balanced right across the spectrum to ensure that those individuals...
All right, Minister, time has expired. The Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. After 10 years of Liberal government, something is seriously wrong with public safety in Newfoundland and Labrador today.
Decade of darkness.
People no longer feel safe, not at school, not on the streets, or even in their own houses. People deserve to feel safe in their communities, homes, schools, and businesses. Again, I ask the Premier, why has your government allowed public safety to turn into a crisis?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me thank the hardworking women and men on the front lines of justice and public safety. They are committed to the safety of every citizen in the province. We know that we can support them. We continue to support them. There was 10 new positions in budget 2024. We're continuing to support their human resources with 25 new correctional officers, 18 new Crown attorneys, 14 new deputy sheriffs, 19 new officers within the joint task force, and we'll continue, as the minister said, just in the last few weeks announced an additional $44 million to support the hard-working women and men on the front lines, and we'll continue to do so for the safety of all our citizens, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess why is it taking so long, and why do we have to deal with a crisis in our criminal system to get the Premier up and list off all his accomplishments? And by the way, they're not working yet, as we evidenced last night. The stories we heard in Mount Pearl last night, Speaker, are pretty appalling. The Premier and Minister said several times yesterday that they met with the CEO, who had also met with the surgeons in Carbonear. Earlier this morning, I spoke to a surgeon who said the group was not heard from anyone. From the CEO, nor the Liberal government, until 2 p.m. today. As we were in the House of Assembly, they emailed to me at 2 p.m. today. They want to sit down and meet with them. So where was yesterday when I was told that you already met with surgeons in Carbonear? Yeah. Where was that? That was said in the House yesterday. So can you provide some clarity on it? You Premier, you were the Minister?
Whose time is expired? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll address the preamble from the Honourable Member from CBS. I think it's really, really important that we are tackling public safety. It's not an issue that we've taken lightly. We've moved, as soon as I moved in that portfolio, and the Minister prior to me, we've seen the things that needed to be done. We've made those investments. We're going to continue to make those investments. There is still more to come, and there's going to be a significant amount of officers on the beat, as they say, both in the RNC as well as the RCMP. They're very happy with it. They're constantly in contact with us. Both detachments in the RNC and the RCMP are in our office all the time, looking for resources, working with us to find better ways to do policing in our province. That's why we established the Policing Transformation Working Group that's doing fantastic work across this province, working with our communities. We'll continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Now I'm going to move from the soapbox to Carbonear. Minister, can you clarify your comments yesterday? You met with the CEO, who also met with the doctors of Carbonear when no one knew nothing about it. And the Minister from Labrador Affairs is pointing to you, Speaker, so I'm supposed to speak to you. I hope you all the same true when they speak up. They better speak to you. Thank you very much. Just reminding you.
I'm the Speaker. I'll take the
I
chair.
know.
I don't need to be told. Do you have a response? The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker, and what I can say is that there was a letter received at the department, I believe yesterday. I think it was dated November 15th. Not sure why it took so long. I don't think it was delivered through Canada Post, but for whatever reason it showed up yesterday. And as the member said, the department reached out this afternoon to set up a meeting. They want to meet to talk about issues.
The CEO met with doctors out there.
And as I said, with any issue that comes forward with regards to the healthcare and community service in this province, my door is always open. I'm emailing and phoning people constantly, and this group is exactly the same. We're happy to talk to them about any issues that we have, and we'll certainly make best efforts to rectify and work with them on that. Thank you.
The Honourable the Opposition House Leader.
Thanks, Speaker. And yesterday, the Premier and the Minister repeated several times that the CEO had met with the surgeons and they were meeting with the CEO. None of that's factual, Speaker. That's the issue. None of that's factual. Sure, he's going to go on a go-forward basis. They answered several of my questions on this issue yesterday, and that was their answer. We've checked the answer. That's what they said. I think we deserve, the doctors of Carbonear deserve an answer. We deserve an answer, and the people in this province deserve clarity on that question.
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I can say is that when we met with the CEO of the Health Authority, she told us she spoke to doctors in Carbonear who expressed concern with respect to the hospital in Carbonear and the culture in Carbonear. If there is a particular doctor or a particular group of doctors who didn't feel like their voice was heard or weren't at that venue, my door is always open and I'm happy to speak to them. But all I can say is the CEO of the Health Authority expressed to me that she had met with a group of physicians who had concerns in Carbonear.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, again, I guess that's, I'll leave it at that. I think that speaks volumes. Everyone who's listening can hear that.
Wow.
What we were told yesterday wasn't factual. I'll go to the next question. Surgeon carbineers in crisis, and now today we've been told by over 20 LPNs at the Carbineer General and long-term care have been laid off.
Wow.
A very poor Christmas gift, I might add.
Wow.
20-plus jobs are being eliminated. Speaker, can the minister tell us how many jobs are being cut at the Carbineer General Hospital?
Wow.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker, this government is not not cutting health care. As I said numerous times in the last few weeks in this House of Assembly, the budget for health care has increased year over year to deliver health care to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. We have incentives in place to recruit healthcare practitioners in Newfoundland and Labrador and to retain healthcare practitioners in Newfoundland and Labrador. We are continuing to do that. We are continuing to work on Health Accord NL, and we will keep doing so. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, my question to the minister is, can you confirm that those 20 positions have been eliminated?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker, I'm not aware of any positions being eliminated, but certainly if that's the case, we will look at it, and that is not the position of this government. That's not the policy of this government. As I said, there's a reason that funding has increased year over year for the healthcare budget. It's to make sure that all healthcare practitioners that we need, whether it's nurses, hospital workers, doctors, other allied health professionals, are in the system, and that's what we need the money for, and that's what the funding is for. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, over 20 nurses were laid off in Carbineer, some of them from the class of 2023. Wow. They describe burnout, gaps in service, and heavy workload, yet their jobs are being eliminated. The same issues as the 5 surgeons who are ready to quit. So why is the minister slashing frontline health care at the Carbineer General Hospital?
Wow. The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I can tell you that I, as Minister, have never made any directive to eliminate any single position in healthcare. And we won't. And if that's what's being told here today, then I will certainly take that away and look into it. But not one letter, not one email, not phone call has even come close to talking about anything about removing staff, removing individuals, or removing funding from the healthcare system. It's the opposite. Thank you, Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable, the Opposition House Leader.
No one's making it up.
Minister, we're talking about LPNs. Speaker, why are we continuing to use travel nurses at $300 per hour when we are issuing layoffs and slashing positions for nurses and LPNs who want to work in the region? Why won't the minister hire local?
They don't know what's going on.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Community Services.
Speaker, as again I said in this House, NLHS, and we agree with their plan to eliminate or to at least reduce travel nurses, agency nurses to pre-pandemic levels.
Minister of Health.
The numbers have gone down since the high water mark, I believe, of last year, maybe October of 2023. I can't recall exactly the date, but the reliance on agency nurses has gone down, and it continues to go down, and the plan is to keep it going down, as I said, until we get to pre-pandemic levels. In the meantime, we need nurses to deliver health care in Newfoundland and Labrador, including the areas like CBS and Terra Nova. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista.
Speaker, a young father in my district was estranged, separated from his 2-year-old son when Mom left the district in October of 2023, just prior to Christmas. After 3 attempts to secure a legal aid lawyer to maintain connection with his son, today he is no further ahead. I ask the minister, is this acceptable?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista.
I greatly appreciate the quick response, because that is what I figured. But I have been in contact with the minister, and he is well aware of this particular case and how this family is hurting. For the family, they are wondering how the system can allow this child to be estranged, separated for this length of time from his dad and family. Can the minister provide an update on what is being done to secure access to this child? Yep. I asked the minister.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, and he has said that he has contacted me on this case, and that is true. but I am not going to divulge any information about a case in front of the courts or and any of those situations. He's well aware of that. I can speak to him after this, for sure. We can work on any solution we can possibly have. That's what we're doing in the Department of Justice and Public Safety to any issue that comes forward. I will continue to do that for all my colleagues on both sides of the House each and every time they ask.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Grand Falls, Windsor Buckets.
Thank you, Speaker. This past weekend, we had another near miss in Grand Falls, Windsor, of a vehicle coming eastbound in the westbound lane of a divided highway. Over 3 years ago, we had a fatality accident where 2 people were killed. 3 years I've been asking for some sort of engineer or expert to come out and check this out and ask why it's happening. It's the second time in the past 3 weeks it's happened. I asked the Minister today, can you please have your department hire on some engineers or some experts so this doesn't happen, not just to my constituents, but this is a thorough way for everybody across Newfoundland and Labrador. I don't want to see anything happen to anybody's families. Minister, can you please do something about this today?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. We had chatted about this earlier this week and texted back and forth prior to this week talking about it. I did pass this on to our officials. We are looking into it, and I have committed to him that we will, in fact, send somebody to take a look at that situation, as I told him by text the other day.
The Honourable Member for Harbour, Maine.
Speaker, is government in possession of the Police Transformational Working Group report?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no report for the Police Transformation Working Group other than the report that was released publicly for Happy Valley Goose Bay, which was a direction that they did. The Police Transformation Working Group is doing their work right across this province. They're very nimble. They're meeting with stakeholders, meeting with both police forces, and making recommendations and changes at the time when they see them, that we can make them as nimble as possibly we can.
The Honourable Member for Harbour, Maine.
Speaker, we need accountability. It's been over a year now since November of 2023 when the Police Transformation Working Group was created. They've been making recommendations, they've been providing advice to the government, and the public have a right to see the results of their work. So I ask the Minister again, will you make public the results of any recommendations or any work that this group has done?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can point to 43 million examples of what we've done over the last 3 weeks with respect to the Policing Transformation Working Group. The RCMP change that we made directly in Goose Bay, the RCMP changes that we've made in other detachments, completely. There's a bill on the order paper right now dealing with directly recommendations that comes from the Policing Transformation Working Group. I continue to say that they're doing fantastic work. They're great people. Thank you very much. I hope you get a question soon.
The Honourable Member for Torngat Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. It's been nearly a year since the government communicated that the pre-feasibility study for the road to the North Coast communities in Northern Labrador was complete. It's complete. So will the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure let us know when will the report be available to the public?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. The pre-feasibility study has been completed. We have returned it to Indigenous groups in Labrador for their review, and when they get back and consult with us, we will release it at that point in time.
The Honourable Member for Torngat Mountains.
Speaker, that's the same answer I got 8 months ago. Why is it taking so long? This report is about the lives of the people in the communities, the lives of the people. The people in the communities need to see the report, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned just in my prior answer, the pre-feasibility study is completed. We had returned it to the 3 Indigenous groups in Labrador for their review. When we get their recommendations back, it will be released to the public. They have it.
The Honourable Member for Bayburt Green Bay.
Speaker, for every litre of gas, residents of Newfoundland and Labrador are paying 6 cents in taxes. On a 60-litre tank, that's $33 in tax. Will the Liberal Premier force people to pay more next year by reintroducing the full gas tax?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you, Speaker. As the member opposite knows, this government has given back now $750 million to the people of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador $750 million back in the pockets of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to help with affordability. We were pleased a couple of years ago to introduce an over 8 cent per litre reduction in the price of gasoline. As the member opposite fully realizes, that is a budgetary question, and budget will be in the spring of 2025.
The Honourable Member Bay Burke Green Bay.
Speaker, the carbon tax will increase by 19 cents on April the 1st. I ask the Premier again, will you permanently cut the gas tax?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President, Treasury Board.
Thank you, Speaker. And the very reason why in the preamble the member opposite talked about the carbon tax is the reason this Premier, and I'm very pleased to support the Premier, as he said to Ottawa, as we've all said to Ottawa, now is not the time to increase the carbon tax. We have affordability challenges in our country, and we have been very strong, and I salute the Premier for having been very strong with the federal government on this very issue. We do have concerns. This government has reduced the tax significantly on gasoline. We've taken it out of the provincial coffers. As I've said, $750 million returned to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. We're going to continue to make every effort to support the people of the province.
The Honourable Member of Ferryland.
Speaker, at a meeting on October 21st, the residents of the Lower Coast and Trepassey were promised that the breakwater will be repaired with a more permanent fix at no cost to the taxpayers of Trepassey. Can the Minister update the people of Trepassey on when this work will be done?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. We did meet with him. We did make a commitment to look at this very closely. It's not an easy fix. It is one that's going to take some time in order to make sure that what we do is going to be a permanent solution for the residents to maintain the safety of that area of Trepassey.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Digital Government and Services basically threw up his hands and admitted there was nothing he could do to help the residents of Keene Place with their elevator. The Accessibility Act passed in 2021 would allow government to publish accessibility standards and apply fines to non-compliant landlords through the regulations. I asked the Minister, have the accessibility standards and regulations been written, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister of Digital Government Service and Health.
Mr. Speaker, the question is really the same, crafted a little bit different, but the same from yesterday. And in terms of that work that needs to be done, our department will be responsible, but we can't inspect work that's not completed. Plus, there's also a level of support for the tenants that can go to the residential tenancies office to actually, I guess, complain to that office in terms of the work not being done by the owner of the apartment building. I'm not the owner, but if the work gets done, we'll be there to inspect it so those seniors can be taken care of.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Speaker, residential tenancies is broken. But I would assume from that answer then that there have been no standards or regulations written, because that was the question. That was the question. The answer is no. Speaker, according to the just-released St. John's Community Plan to End Homelessness, the average rent in St. John's metro area has increased from $903, an average now, in 2022, $1,077.23. Seniors at some Northview REIT properties, I've seen the notices, have just been notified that their rent will increase by $150 a month. A month. I asked the Premier, will his government introduce rent and vacancy controls on large financialized landlords and stop the predation on tenants?
The Honourable Minister of Digital Government, Service and Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. And he's talking about rent control and rent freeze. He thinks is the answer, but it's not the answer. And there's a responsibility here. He gets on his feet every day to talk about housing and more housing, more housing. Well, there's investment required for that. And we have a responsibility as a government to, there are other renters, there are other landlords, and there are the investors. We have to be careful in terms of discouraging investment into housing, which is what we want. So we have to strike a balance. That's the balance we're trying to find, and we'll respect that.
The Honourable Member Mount Pearl Southlands.
Mr. Speaker, the past couple of days in this Honourable House, I presented petitions requesting more RNC patrol units for North East Avalon. In response, the Minister of Justice and Public Safety has been listing off investments already made in the past, including a joint task force on drugs and resources for the RNC and RCMP, which are all acknowledged and appreciated. He also speaks of recruitment efforts, which is great if it results in a net gain versus simply replacing upcoming retirees. Without regurgitating the same response, can the Minister provide a direct answer to a specific direct question? Will he commit through the Budget 2025-26 process to allocate additional funding to the RNC to be specifically directed to having additional patrol units on the road 24/7 throughout communities on North East Avalon?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the member to the parade that we've had for public safety over the last 3 or 4 weeks. This is the first time he's asked me a question, and I understand fully his community, the concerns that they have in their community. I fully understand that. That's why we had the Chief of Police there, the Deputy Chief of Police there, the Assistant Deputy Minister there, and I was trying to get there myself, but duties in this House of Assembly required me to be here. But one of those things that's really, really important is we understand that resourcing is very, very important both for the RNC and the RCMP. One of those things is we've committed to, over the last 3 years, 30 new additional RNC officers. There's going to be an additional 19 officers that will be done based on the policing transformation working group and crime trends that will be directed within the North East Avalon. I'm sure they will.
Expired. The Honourable Mount Pearl Southlands.
I still never heard whether or not that would result in a net gain, which is that's the reality that we need to know. Mr. Speaker, one of the frustrations being felt by people in our community, including the police, I might add, is the lack of accountability currently within the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Catch and release appears to be the order of the day, and there seems to be little to no deterrence contained within the existing legislation to prevent recidivism. I ask the Minister, will he commit to initiate discussions with his other provincial counterparts throughout the country to lobby the federal government for a review of the Youth Criminal Justice Act with the view of increased deterrence and accountability for repeat and violent offenders?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those discussions are happening on a daily basis with our counterparts across this country. Both myself and the Attorney General attended an FTP meeting in the west coast of the country. One of those topics were how we can help in the criminal justice system, both the youth as well as the adults in that system. We want to make sure that the system has, as I said many times before, there's a continuum. You have to make investments on the front end, which is the police and resources that way. Then there's additional resources that we put in as a government with respect to Crown attorneys, with respect to individuals with sheriff's officers, corrections officers. It's a full continuum that will be there. We've made investments in the judicial system with respect to additional judges over the last couple of years. Budget 2025-2026 is on the way, coming in the spring. We're going to have more investments then, I'm sure.
Hear, hear. Time for question has expired. Presenting reports by standing select committees. Tabling of documents, the Deputy Premier.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Speaker. Pursuant to Section 26(5)(a) of the Financial Administration Act, I am tabling 2 orders in Council relating to funding pre-commitment for fiscal years 25-26 to 28-29. Thank you.
Are there any further tabling of documents? Notices of motions. Answer to questions which notice has been given. The Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Thank you, Speaker. My office received an ATIP request on November 21st, and I'd like to provide an answer to that and provide some color and information for the general public about that request, because I think it's very important. The question was, or the request, I'm requesting the total number of citizens moved to the Newfoundland and Labrador from the UK among the 900 referenced by the Minister in the House on November 19th, 2024. And I think that's a very important question. So I just want to provide some context as to the process of recruitment. So by the time someone expresses interest, we talk to them, and then we give them a job offer. Once they get a job offer, it's like 3 months to a year before they actually arrive here. So we nominate them after they have a...
Point of order. Or the Honourable Member.
That wasn't a question that had to be answered in the House. That's just grandstanding here to give a political response to an ATIP issue, to an embarrassing situation with the soccer team in the UK we all know is a farce. And she's using this opportunity to stand here in the House and provide it under the guise of questions that were asked and not answered. That was not asked in this House. That was an ATIP request that needs to be dealt with through the ATIP process in government. This is not the place.
Especially after what happened yesterday.
Order. I do concur that members that it wasn't a question brought forward. It was a question brought forward to the department. So. Petitions. The Honourable Bayvert Green Bay.
Speaker, brush cutting on various routes of the Bayvert Peninsula is now mission critical. Routes 410, 413, and 419 have been neglected for years. It is commonplace to see brush now touching the pavement in many places. This area is known for an active moose population, which poses a hazard for the driving public due to moose vehicle collisions. School buses use these routes to transport our children to the various schools in the area, and it's the primary access across the peninsula with fairly high volumes of truck traffic for the mining and fishing industries. Speaker, all of what they're asking for with this petition is a brush cutting program, an immediate brush cutting program. Speaker, this petition, nearly 200 signatures, was signed in less than an hour at Robbins and Bayvert. And if I had stayed there for a day, it would have been into the thousands. That area truly feels as if they are the forgotten and neglected peninsula of our province. Why should we focus on that area? As I highlighted, this is about transporting our next generation, those kids, to school in a safe manner. It is about every resident on the Bayvert Peninsula. They deserve to be able to travel those roads in a safe manner. It is also about significant GDP for this province across fishing, mining, and forestry. It is time that that peninsula be given back a little as well. And most importantly, Speaker, it is about doing the right thing for that peninsula. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure for response.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member opposite for the petition and the commentary related to that. I've spent a fair bit of time in that area of the province in the last couple of years, and am somewhat familiar with it, not as much as he is, of course, because he is from the area. Our commitment as a government to all districts of Newfoundland and Labrador is to provide the safest possible way for people to get around. In our budget this year that we're currently in, we committed over $13.5 million in road work to that district alone, because we understand the importance of the economic input that it has to the GDP of Newfoundland and Labrador. With respect to brush cutting, we took a $2 million budget last year. We doubled it to $4 million. We added another $3 million that we have for the twinning of the highways across Newfoundland and an area down by Port aux Basques through central Newfoundland and the eastern area, and as well in Port aux Basques. So we are well aware. I'm happy to look at the areas as well. The minister knows that if he writes or emails or texts me, I will get back to him.
The Honourable Member from Central West Bellevue.
Thank you, Speaker. The background to this petition is as follows. Whereas there has not been any regular maintenance over the last 10 years for road work, including brush cutting and ditching, shouldering and asphalt replacement throughout the district of Central West Bellevue. Therefore, we petition the Honourable House of Assembly as follows. We, the undersigned, call upon the House of Assembly to urge the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to formulate a maintenance plan to deal with the road maintenance issues throughout the district of Central West Bellevue. What I'm saying is that is not that there hasn't been any work done. There has been some work done, as working with the minister and previous ministers. As you know, I have a very vast district with 5 depots. The issue that we run into really a lot of times is, you know, we got 2 depots that shut down in the summertime, and I find that those are the 2 areas that are really more neglected than anything. The one in Terrenceville, or Grand Lapierre, we'll say, these are the people that are actually signed on to this petition today.
We got brush, like, you know, you can increase the budget to $10 million. If you're not going to do the brush that needs to be done, then it doesn't matter to the people of English Harbour East. They didn't see any budget of brush cutting this year. You know, it's a sin to say, but in some of these branches that are in my district, especially like going down to Fairhaven, there's an actual depot on the road to Fairhaven. Probably one of the worst roads in Canada. There's no doubt about it. From washouts on the sides to deteriorating side roads. I was in one of the communities, and they said in England, he said they drive on the left-hand side of the road, and here in Newfoundland, we drive on what's left to the road. So unfortunately, we need a bit more. There has been a lot of activity. The minister in his last response alluded to the twinning of the highway. I will say a good job to the contractor on that, because a lot of that is happening in my district, because my district goes from 7 kilometers outside of Whitburn right to Marystown. So I will have the lion's share of the part that's done here on the East Coast. And like I said, it's going to take a lot of money. But what I'm asking is that we work better to not shutting down depots in the summertime, or we work harder with the group that we have in order to get more work done with the equipment that we have, instead of having to stretch from the Bjorn Granbank district into the district of Placentia West Bellevue, which then also reaches into the Terra Nova district and then reaches into the Whitburn district. So I would ask that we get a plan for Placentia West Bellevue, and in that way I can work with the towns to let them know what's coming and what to expect, but what to also be applying for their municipal capital works. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure for response.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the words, and especially I wanted to point out the fact that he acknowledged the hard-working women and men who work at the depots across Newfoundland and Labrador in very adverse conditions. And I might add as well that they're going to be working right through the Christmas season to make sure that our roads are clear of ice and snow, and they have to continue. While many of us will be able to enjoy some time off, they do not get time off throughout the year. As I have said to the member opposite in many times that we've chatted, either in person or by text or by email, I'm happy to look at whatever he has in mind for his district. I have said this to the House as well, not just members on this side, but others. If they have a plan for the coming year, we spent $285 million last year on road work. I'll reiterate again for this answer, we doubled our brush cutting budget from $2 million to $4 million this year. We added the additional $3 million, which his district will benefit from as a result of twinning of highways, again, to make it safer for people to travel across Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm happy to work with the member opposite. Instructed by my colleague.
Order, please. This being Wednesday at 3 o'clock, I call upon the member of Stephenville Port-au-Port to bring forward his private member's resolution.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the private member's resolution for debate today, Wednesday, December 4th, moved by the MHA for Stephenville Port-au-Port and seconded by the MHA for Bonavista. Whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors in this province have the lowest incomes in Canada, and whereas the Seniors Advocate has stated that the cost of living for seniors has increased by 22%, and whereas the Seniors Advocate has outlined that despite the Newfoundland Labrador seniors benefit being raised by 15%, in reality, the purchasing power of seniors has fallen behind by 7%, and whereas the most recent status update from the Seniors Advocate demonstrates that the recommendation to annually index the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit has not been implemented, and whereas the Seniors Advocate compassionately and correctly states that 1/3 of seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador cannot afford necessities, with many cutting pills in half or not eating nutritious food, and whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors are getting poorer annually while costs continue to rise, be it resolved that this Honourable House urge the government to increase the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit by 20% for a maximum benefit of $1,819 effective January 2025, and further commit to annual increases indexed to inflation. So, Speaker, that's a pretty straightforward PMR. I think that when we listen to what the Seniors Advocate has been saying now for a number of years, it is clear that seniors in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador have been falling behind, and despite the increase that was provided, they are still behind. And so that's why we believe here on this side of the House as a PC party that seniors in our province need this increase, and they also need to have their benefits indexed to inflation. So, you know, when I look at these whereases in each individual one, and it says, whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors in this province have the lowest incomes in Canada. That's not something any of us in this House of Assembly should be proud of. That's not something that we can ignore. And we have heard too many examples, too many stories. All of us have heard those stories about the challenges that seniors in our province are having to make, so many more seniors showing up at food banks, the issues around having to split their medications. All of these are real people. Real seniors are out there that are struggling to make ends meet. We know the cost of living has gone up significantly in this province of ours, and it has significantly impacted seniors as well as many others. So it is time that we take a stand, and that's exactly what the PC Party of Newfoundland and Labrador are going to do. We're going to stand with the seniors of Newfoundland and Labrador, and we're going to commit to making sure that they're no longer that have the lowest incomes in Canada. And we're also going to commit that, in fact, we're going to index that benefit to inflation. Because that's not only something that needs to be done, it's the right thing to do. And we should have done it. We shouldn't be here talking about the seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador having the lowest incomes in Canada. And that is something that for too long has been ignored, and it's time to set it right. And it's an opportunity that we have right now for all of us to recognize the tremendous contribution that seniors in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador have made over the years. We've heard lots of member statements. We've heard lots of accolades. We've presented lots of medals. We've talked about all of these things. But at the end of the day, what we're looking for here is the dignity to be able to afford to live in your own home, the dignity to be able to stay safely in your own home, which is also something we've talked about earlier today, the whole safety issue in our communities. But that is the opportunity here, and so we're urging the government to turn around and to raise the seniors' benefits and to index it to inflation. But there's also lots of other things we ought to be doing and have not done yet. Something that I'm prepared to commit to, and I think the PC Party, Newfoundland and Labrador, we all believe in, and that is the fact that seniors should not have to pay to see a nurse practitioner, nor should anyone else. We have raised questions again. When you think about the cost of that, that's additional monies that has to come out of the pocket of a senior citizen who already have the lowest incomes in Canada to pay to see a primary care provider. Now, that's not good enough. And I don't want to argue about whether or not or who should pay or how it should be paid. All I know is that people on fixed incomes, people in seniors' incomes are having to pay to see a primary care provider. And they're not doing that because they want to. They're doing that because they have to. And that's what's important here. So when it comes down to how we reimburse the nurse practitioner or how we reimburse the patient, let's not allow that to get in the way. You know, we understand nurse practitioners have the potential to practice in all kinds of different ways, but some choose to do it this way and are offering a service, and seniors in our province are taking advantage of it. They're going. But again, they're going, and every time they go, depending upon where you go in this province, the rates vary. It could be $35 a visit, it could be $75 a visit, it could be $100 a visit. And whether it's $1 a visit, it's $1 too much. It's $1 too much. We ought to be able to come up and find a way to make sure that nobody in our province has to pay to see a primary care provider. So that's all part of this whole plan that we roll out here when we talk about seniors and how we want to increase this benefit for them. We all know the cost of housing, heating your homes have gone up tremendously in Newfoundland and Labrador. And we could talk about all the factors around that. Bottom line is, costs have gone up, and seniors are feeling the pinch. And we've had lots of different programs announced, many of which are one-time programs. So what we're talking about is turning around now and saying, we started it, but it hasn't finished, and it needs to be increased by another 20% and brought up to $1,819. But the important piece is we have to commit to annual increases indexed to inflation. That is a key. That is a key, and that is something that needs to be done. And you know, when I also think of another key element related to health care, and it's not just the ability to turn around and pay for your medications or afford to be able to pay for your medications. It's to be able to afford to travel for health care and health benefits when you have to travel outside your region to see a specialist or for a medical appointment. We on this side of the House, the PC Party of Newfoundland and Labrador, are committed to reimbursing people of the province 100% for their medical transportation. That should not be something anyone should have to worry about, whether or not they can afford to travel to a medical appointment or for cancer care or anything else. That is something that as a province, we have to make that a priority, and we will make that a priority because that, again, is something that's a direct cost. But I think the intent of this PMR is for all of us to recognize the significant contributions that seniors have made to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, to recognize that seniors in our province have the lowest incomes in Canada, So let's not have that as a statistic that after this. Let's turn around and find a way to go from being the lowest incomes in Canada to turning around and saying, we're going to increase the maximum benefit by 20%, and we're going to further commit to the annual increases indexed to inflation, because that's exactly what the seniors of Newfoundland and Labrador deserve. So let's make it happen.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate the member opposite, the Leader of the Opposition, bringing forward this petition. I think everyone in this House recognizes the value, the contributions of our seniors, and no one wants to see any senior struggling. There's not one person in this House that would like to see that. And I know over the last number of years that I've been Minister of Finance and doing budgets, we've been able to, thanks to the hard work of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, been able to commit additional monies. And I'd like to take a moment just to talk about some of those additional things, because sometimes people don't know of the programs and services and all the additional supports that are available to them. So I'm just going to take a minute. I only have 10 minutes in total, so it won't take long. But Speaker, member opposite did speak about the 15% increase in the seniors' benefit. I think that's very important. 49,000 seniors in this province avail of that seniors' benefit. And I can tell you that that's over $70 million a year. $70 million. And to be able to have that increase by 15% was significant, and we're not done yet. I'll say that. I also say that we've been able to increase the income supplement, and many seniors, in addition to the seniors' benefit, receive the income supplement. And that's $85 million a year, and we were able to increase that by 15%. We also have introduced a number of new programs and services, and I'll just name some of them. We've put in an additional $10 million this year in a well-being program, you know, for people, for low-income seniors that are living at home, support such as snow clearing and grocery delivery. We've increased the investment for home repairs and modifications for seniors so they can stay in their homes. That's where I'd like to be, Speaker. I can tell you that we've also done a financial benefit to caregivers of clients who are seniors with complex needs living at home. We've enhanced immune response influenza vaccine. I've heard that spoken about many times in this House, how important that is and how we need to do more. Financial assistance for food and heating for seniors in the coastal Labrador. I know that many of them are looking for that $500. We've also expanded the 211 navigation services for seniors and Indigenous folks. We've also increased the bus pass. We've expanded the bus pass to include seniors who receive the GIS. We have an age-friendly Newfoundland and Labrador Communities program. I'm saying all these things that we are doing because sometimes people don't realize. But seniors are also benefiting from the fact that we've lowered our gas tax. I talked a little earlier today and in response to a question about the $750 million we've been able to put back in the people's pockets. And I think that that's important. I think that's very important for the people of this, the people in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador and members of this House of Assembly who called for affordability measures, that we've been able to do that. Has it been challenging? No doubt. We have a very, very tight budget, and I know the members opposite recognize that. So being able to do that in the last number of years has been incredibly important. Things like taking the tax off home insurance. If a senior is living in their own home, not having to pay a 15% tax on their home insurance was incredibly important to them. These are all pocket issues. And when the member opposite, and I know he's sincere in his petition today and in his private member resolution today, when he speaks of these issues, he's being sincere. He wants to help seniors in the province, as do we all. As do we all. I do wish the members opposite had voted in favor of some of these incentives and supports that we were able to bring forward. Unfortunately, they were not. But I know that they are sincere today. And I'm sincere. My colleagues sitting in this House are sincere today that we want to support seniors. Speaker, there are several challenges with the resolution, and I think I have a solution that I'm going to propose. That is, I think is a friendly amendment that I will propose. The motion today, in the resolution today, it talks about giving the benefit immediately. So I will say that. Give a maximum benefit of $1,800 effective January of 2025. That's outside of the budgetary cycle. I know the member opposites realize this. It is outside the budgetary process. So we would, we don't have the monies to be able to do that because it wasn't in the budget cycle. We did put money in this year's budget, new money in this year's budget, $10 million more money in this year's budget, plus all the other programs and all the other affordability measures. So, Speaker, what I would suggest, and I'm going to make, I consider it a friendly amendment, but I will put it forward as an amendment, that we change the be it resolved to this, and I'll read it into the record. And then we can, I'll have a chance to speak to it. Be it resolved that this Honourable House urge the government to further increase the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit in the next budget and commit to annual increases indexed to inflation. The member opposite spoke very strongly about making sure it was indexed to inflation. I think that he would be supportive of making sure that you can, increase the seniors' benefit in the next budget and index it to inflation. I consider it a friendly amendment, but I'll propose that to the House because otherwise it's going to be challenging to be able to make this happen in this particular, I still have 3 minutes, in this particular session, only because it wasn't budgeted. And I know the members opposites really fully understand that. As you go through a budget, I'm hearing, okay. As we move forward, we certainly are committing to increase it in next year's budget and to index it to inflation. That is the change in the resolution. Why is this important,
Can you
Speaker?
put a seconder to
Oh,
that?
I will. Sorry. I'll read
Okay.
this officially in a second. Why is this important, Speaker? It's important because it actually says that this House would be supportive of indexing it to inflation. It also is important because it actually said that this House is supportive, and I'm in a budgetary process now, Speaker. We're already, and I hope that everybody, we're already consulting on the budget for 2025. I can't believe that. It will be my 6th budget. We're already consulting on a budget for 2025. We're already taking ideas, suggestions, looking at how, the compilation of the budget, how we can make things work. We're really trying to make sure that we're focused on, strong financial management, really focused on, making sure that we are supportive of the people of the province. I had a question today in question period about, continuing the affordability measures. All those fit into the balance of what we're trying to achieve here. But I think, and this is why I call it friendly, I think it would be important that this House speak as one voice and say, increase the seniors' benefit in the next budget and index it to inflation. Speaker, I will do this officially, as I know I must, and I only have 1:45. I move, seconded by the member of Bjorn Grand Bank, that the private member's resolution currently before the House be amended by, in the be it resolved clause, inserting the word further immediately after the words urge the government to, and that the member opposite did speak to that, deleting the words by 20% for a maximum benefit of 18-19 effective January 2025 outside of budget cycle, and further, and replacing it with the words in the next budget. And the amended be it resolved clause would then read as the following: be it resolved that this honourable House urge the government to further increase the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit in the next budget and commit to annual increases indexed to inflation. I think it's powerful, I think it's strong, I think it speaks to what we all want in this House. Speaker, I've given you a broad brush of some of the things that we've been able to do, the new investments, the stronger investments that we've been providing to seniors, the focus on well-being. I hope members opposite take this in the spirit and intent with which I'm presenting it, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Order, please. The proposed amendment was passed in advance, and we did do an advance rolling after we reviewed it, and it's found to be in order. You have 23 more seconds if you choose to use it or not.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the advance ruling. The reason why I was able to get it to you in advance is I certainly didn't want to take time away from our debate. We have a timed debate today, and I wanted to make sure that we have as much time as possible. I know how important this issue is to the members opposite, so that's why I did the advance ruling, and I thank you for it.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista.
Thank you, Speaker. I know that there's a couple watching this afternoon, not from the District of Bonavista, but from Arbor Grace, Portagrave, who corresponded, I think, with the government, with myself on many occasions about the indexing of the seniors' benefit. I think the minister will acknowledge that we did present that many years ago, and I was going to start off because I didn't know the amendment that she was producing, which is a good amendment, and I say that without our caucus having met, and I didn't know the amendment was coming, but hey, that is what we were looking for. My colleagues from Exploits was wondering how much the increase would be, but that's to be seen, but the fact that it's indexed is a good thing. We presented a petition asking for this in excess of 2 times in the House, what we've asked. But I remember that the minister who just spoke before me had said that she was going to consider it, and she mentioned in her March the 13th, 23 address, I quote, I will say to the member opposite, it's something that we could consider as part of the budget and can consider as we move forward. I will indicate, however, that this is designed so that as your income goes up, you may not require the level of support. And I would think the couple from Harbour Grace Portagrave communicated their displeasure with that. It's almost like there was no acknowledgement of the hardship that was out there with the people. And that is what she had communicated. So if we haven't moved the threshold for Newfoundland seniors income or the supplement for the base what we've got, and we haven't moved it since 2016, that is a lot of our problem. So when we say we're going to index it, the threshold of which we make eligibility has got to move. And I'd be asking the minister, when she has a follow-up session when she stands, how are we going to move that threshold up higher to capture more seniors that would be in need? We've got the lowest in the country now, I understand, but are we going to move that threshold up so that we're going to catch more seniors? I don't have a lot of time, but another thing I want to say, if you went online and looked at how the government used the calculator, you'll know that the threshold is low. Remember, there's been no change in that threshold since 2016, but they treat couples and singles the same in the calculator. It's the same treatment. The viewers that are watching today in anticipation of this are saying, sometimes you've got double the expenses as a couple. Hearing aids, if you have glasses, transportation to medical appointments, 2, the expenses sometimes exceed 1. Housing could be the exception. But on the other expenses, we've got couples. So if the formula treats couples the same as individuals, that's something that I would hope the minister would look into as well. Because consider that there'd be more expenses with the couple than what it would if they were both individuals claiming. I want to move on to a couple in the short time that I've got left. I never got a chance to present a petition, and this fits with the seniors' well-being, but there was a petition that was asking oral health. We know how important oral health is for residents in the province, those aging. If they had to lose their teeth and they had to get dentures, that's very important for their well-being. But Medical Transportation Assistance Program does not consider dentures. I would like for the minister to consider that in the upcoming budget, and I think Brenda Lodge in Catalina would appreciate that, a retired social worker who's worked with a lot of seniors in the district for years. And she was saying it's unfair, and she is aware of people who find it difficult to have the travel for dentures off the peninsula or to the top of the peninsula and no reimbursement. So that's another consideration. Another thing the residents in my district would ask, the Minister of Health and Community Services state that the plan for health care is working. We want people to age in place, in home. We all want that. 40 of us in the House want them to age well in their homes. But the people are coming to my constituency office saying that their income is not being increased, but their co-pay, what they got to pay, is going up. And some of the increases in the co-pay, what the client has got to pay for the home care support, is gone up with no increase. And that is something that would need to be looked into. Why is it that the co-pay the clients got to pay for their home care is increasing without any increase in their household income? And that's something that I'd like to throw out. Another suggestion for the government while they plan the budget is those in our population, seniors, access to the shingles vaccine. I know for certain that many of the residents in the District of Bonavista, the seniors, can't afford the vaccine. And I know of some that contracted shingles in my district, like Miss R.D. in Bonavista, and the shingles didn't leave her. And there's pain medication that she has, and other trying to find solutions to give pain relief. So that's something, again, we can consider. The last thing I want to mention, I'm not sure if the minister had heard, Fraser Pickett was on Issues and Answers in October. And October was Registered Disability Savings Plan Month. And some of the stuff he stated on Issues and Answers, which I had recorded at that time, I thought was something that our government ought to be taking more seriously. What he had stated was Stats Canada report that we have 62,400 estimated that would have and be eligible for a disability tax credit from the federal government. You've got to have a disability tax credit in order to avail of what the government put forth, the Registered Disability Savings Plan. If we have thousands out there of people that have not got their disability tax credit, they can't avail of the Registered Disability Savings Plan. And if you go in and use the calculator, you would find that that is a big loss for their retirement. I'm not sure that we have promoted it enough as MHAs, as a government, to try to get to 100%. Because what the provincial government, the $1,200 they're going to contribute, if it's linked with the federal government, they put in 3 times that amount. So when you look at someone with a registered disability, and as they age, and after a 10 to 20-year period, they've got some good additional tax-free money that's coming in from this registered disability. I'm assuming in my district, I have close to over 2,000 people out there that could avail of it that are not. And I know that's my responsibility, but it's also the government's responsibility to make an effort to make sure that we're going to get 100% of those that have eligibility and do be screened by CRA as being considered for the disability tax credit, that they can open up the RDSP. And I think that if that has got to be a concerted effort. So if we've got thousands out there who are not availing of that, that is a missed opportunity for those that would have disabilities in our population, many of which are seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Children, Senior and Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today. As a government, we have a strong focus on seniors and older adults to help ensure that they remain healthy, active, engaged citizens that can live in their own communities, which are age-friendly and dementia-friendly. This requires a targeted intervention to ensure that seniors age well and in the right place. Just a couple of things that the member from Bonavista mentioned. He mentioned the thresholds. And of course, thresholds are very important to us. And we can tell you that there's an ongoing review of thresholds now, especially when it relates to seniors. And we're taking a close look at that. And it's something that we'll hopefully have in the coming months because it really needs to be looked at very seriously, because there are people that are just very close to the, almost, like within $100, over the threshold. And we certainly want to look at that and adjust the thresholds. They haven't been adjusted for some while. So our targeted interventions as part of our poverty reduction plan, our government is committed to a plan to address the health and well-being needs of all seniors in our province. Earlier this year, our government announced a comprehensive senior well-being plan with the goal to help seniors maintain health, well-being, dignity, and independence. I am so pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this today. Supported by an investment of over $47 million, this plan focuses on 4 major areas: improving seniors' well-being and supporting healthy aging, establishing centers of excellence in aging, and strengthening the integration and service delivery across the care continuum. This includes $10 million as part of Budget 2024 focused on well-being initiatives under the Seniors Health and Well-Being Plan announced this summer. Speaker, over the last 12 months, I've traveled around the province and met with many seniors in dozens of communities. As a matter of fact, it's been the highlight of the year, really, just to sit down, mostly in a setting that is very relaxed, and just to talk to seniors about the issues that they're facing, what matters most to them, and what we can do as a government to support them. One topic that comes up in our discussion, of course, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of living. But our government is committed to helping seniors with the cost of living. As part of our Seniors Health and Well-Being Plan, we announced additional funding for existing programs to support seniors in repairing and modifying their homes. The Provincial Home Repair Program helps eligible residents to complete needed repairs, including basic heating, electrical, plumbing, and other repairs like siding and windows and so on. This program, Mr. Speaker, is certainly something that seniors are taking advantage of in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. The Home Modification Program provides forgivable grants, Mr. Speaker, for repayable loans and grants for individuals, for seniors, to complete accessibility modifications, such as ramp installation, roll-in or walk-in showers and so on, and widened doorways. Funding, Mr. Speaker, for these programs has been increased by $2.5 million, allowing them to serve more seniors throughout this great province. The Seniors Health and Well-Being Plan supplements work already in place by government and in my department. We support seniors' social engagement through the Age-Friendly Newfoundland and Labrador Program for Seniors, Social Inclusion Initiative, and the Newfoundland and Labrador Community Transportation Program. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Community Transportation Program continues to support communities in addressing barriers to communication. One only need to look to Labrador City as one good example, Clarenville with Crest Busing out there. It's heartening, Mr. Speaker, to see communities taking an active role in expanding community options that will improve quality and life and well-being of the residents. Mr. Speaker, we give capital money for communities to buy buses, or in a lot of cases, communities are getting together, they're partnering with their councils and other organizations, and they're making this work. We also provide funding for communities to do feasibility studies on these programs. So it is working. It's something that we're very proud of and something that we hope we'll see more of next year. My department is also leading the development of an intergenerational program guide. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to have a look at that this week. Just a draft copy. It's not ready yet, completely ready, but I can tell you it's great. And what it will do is that it's bringing other organizations like youth groups and so on into intergenerational activities with seniors. I think that one only needs to look as far as the CYNs that are in the province. When we meet with CYNs, we promote intergenerational activities. And all you need to do is check social media and you'll see events in various communities throughout the province that also include our youth. The Aging Well at Home grant that we're able to cover the costs of services such as snow clearing, lawn mowing, grocery delivery, that's working. Big uptake, people are very happy with it. A new caregiver benefit will provide $400 a month for eligible caregivers who provide significant unpaid assistance to seniors with complex care needs determined by a clinical assessment. A supplement of $500 annually for food and heating that will help support seniors in coastal Labrador communities. This approach to well-being is helping to address the social determinants of health as we aim to improve access to supports. The Seniors Health and Well-Being Plan also includes creating age-friendly, dementia-friendly communities where policies, services, and physical spaces are universally designed. This year, our government launched a new Dementia-Friendly Communities website and media campaign to help increase awareness and foster more dementia-inclusive communities. Centers of Excellence in Aging, including senior-friendly emergency departments and acute care of elderly units, and increase access to geriatric care across the health system. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is strengthening integration and service delivery through Aging with Dignity Agreement, supported by the Government of Canada. This supports actions to improve care at home, palliative and end-of-care life, care for people living with dementia, quality of care provided in long-term care homes, personal care homes, and through community support services. As well, the Dementia Care Action Plan, launched last year, continues to promote healthy aging to reduce the risk of developing dementia, enhance dementia care training, and dementia-friendly training for businesses, and support inclusive programming. In addition to this, our poverty reduction plan includes a targeted basic income policy for people aged 60 to 64 who are both in receipt of income supports and supports from Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services. This brings people income in line, their income in line with federal benefits they will receive at 65 years old. We are also supporting inclusion. I see I'm running out of time. I'll try to get through this. $400,000 to the Alzheimer's Society of Newfoundland and Labrador to support dementia-inclusive communities. $200,000 to continue the Senior Social Inclusion Initiative, which offers funding to eligible seniors. $95,000 for Age-Friendly Newfoundland and Labrador Communities Program. $343,000 for Seniors NL annually for information and referral services. Mr. Speaker, through a holistic approach to well-being, our government is helping address the social determinants of health. Improving access to supports and services for seniors to age with dignity is a critical part of this approach. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Speaker. I am honored to stand today in the House of Assembly to speak on this private member's resolution, which has been introduced by the official opposition, and it is about seniors, Speaker. It's about seniors, and what it goes to is the fact that this government has not been listening to seniors. They have been in government for 10 years, and when I hear the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, and then I hear the Minister of CSSD talking about the different things that they have done to try to assist seniors, I say this: it is not enough. It does not go far enough by a long shot. And let me tell you why I say that, Speaker. I say that because I'm hearing that from my constituents in the District of Harbour Main. I'm hearing it from seniors who call our office and tell us about the experiences that they are having trying to struggle and survive in our communities and in our towns. I look at the reality, Speaker. I look at the realities. When we see the financial challenges of seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador today, they are real. And I can say this also, Speaker. They feel ignored and they feel overlooked by this government. Yes, we hear about some initiatives that have been taking place, some ad hoc initiatives that the government has put in place. But as I stated, it is not enough. And let me say why it is not enough. It is not enough because we know, as it's stated in this resolution, that seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador, I am ashamed to say this, but they have the lowest incomes in Canada, in our entire country, Speaker. How can we accept that? How can we be okay with that? We cannot be. And this government has that responsibility to address that issue. But we're not seeing that, Speaker. When we hear from the seniors advocate, who has been very compassionate and very clear about the realities that seniors are facing, that the cost of living for seniors, it's increased. It's gone up by 22%, Speaker. This is happening here in Newfoundland and Labrador. These are our seniors that are facing these hardships. When we hear that seniors are getting poorer annually, every year, this government has been in place for 10 years, Speaker. Every year, the seniors advocate has said that seniors are getting poorer annually while the costs continue to rise. And yet, when we listen to government talk about these so-called initiatives, it's really hard to take, Speaker. It really is, because we are hearing from our constituents, we're hearing from our seniors, and I'm going to tell you just a couple of cases. But I'm going to tell you what my seniors in the District of Harbour-Main are saying, but they're at the point now where they've given up. They've really given up. They're so disillusioned and disheartened. They don't feel like the government is listening. I have a couple that live in one of my towns, 70 years and 74 years of age. They lost their functioning water source, Speaker. They made an application to the Provincial Home Repair Program. They were turned down. Why? Because they had a combined income of only $38,000. $38,000 for the two of them. That's not very much. But the threshold is $32,500. But they can't afford to fix this themselves. They do not have the income. They're on a fixed income. And they've been offered a repayable loan. They can't do that. They cannot afford a payable loan. So what does that mean? That means that they would have to pay back the money to secure what? A water source, their water source. What is that? A basic necessity. And yet I hear the minister just spoke talking about the well-being plan, and I've heard the Minister of Health talk about this well-being plan. Well, guess what? There's not a lot of well-being going on in our seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador right now. But let me say, when they talk about their well-being plan, that it encompasses the physical, mental, social, economic, and environmental factors that contribute to a person's health. These factors, they're called the social determinants of health, and they include things like access to safe housing, good food, and clean water. Well, guess what? My constituents, they have not got a functioning water source, and they are seniors. Is this how we treat our seniors? Do they not deserve better than that, Speaker? I have another senior. He's alone. He has an annual income of approximately $22,000, and he's constantly calling us about trying to get hampers from food banks to eat. And this is not an exaggeration when we hear that the senior advocate has said that seniors are getting poorer. They are getting poorer. They have to go to food banks. But yet when we hear about these great initiatives that the government is implementing, you would think that this is not happening. But this is real. This is real, and it's happening in all of our districts throughout the province in Newfoundland and Labrador. When I look at other things, like the fact that the Seniors Advocate has identified that a third of our seniors, over 30%, They are struggling. They cannot afford, and they're not able to buy food. That's 30% of our seniors. How can we be okay with that? And it's not okay. And they're cutting their pills, their medications in half. And what does the Seniors Advocate say about that? She warned the government that keeping seniors underfed without their medication will make them even sicker. And then when we look at housing insecurity, the Seniors Advocate has talked about housing insecurity and homelessness. And she said it's a growing concern for seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador. She's heard directly from seniors, from community organizations, about seniors we have in our towns and communities who are experiencing homelessness. They have no homes for the first time in their lives, or they are significantly at high risk of becoming homeless due to the rising cost of living. So we've also heard from seniors who are struggling to find affordable, safe housing and long wait lists to be considered for a rental subsidy. But when we listen to the government talk about the well-being plan, oh, well, that's okay, because, well-being encompasses physical, mental, social, economic, and environmental factors that contribute to a person's health, and it includes such things as good food, access to safe housing. Well, we're hearing from the Seniors Advocate that that's not reality. That is not the reality in our province today. That is not what our seniors are experiencing. So there needs to be a serious wake-up call with our government to acknowledge this. They've been in 10 years. They've been in long enough. How did we get to where we are today? That is the question I want to ask. Seniors, yes, we know that there have been seniors who are struggling. We know that we have asked as part of a solution. That is why we brought forth this private member's resolution today to implore government to index seniors' benefit. That has been the position of the opposition, the position of the Progressive Conservatives of Newfoundland and Labrador, to index seniors' benefit to inflation, to help them keep pace with rising costs, and to help them maintain a decent standard of living. Speaker, we are committed. This party, the position of the opposition party of Newfoundland and Labrador, is we are committed to helping our seniors live their later years independently, happily, comfortably, and with dignity. That has not been happening. We will have a housing strategy which will ensure our seniors are a priority, and they will be able to access safe homes. They will not be suffering like they are now with housing insecurity and homelessness. We will address that current housing crisis as well, because we know that our seniors, as are all of our individuals in our province, deserve to have access to a safe home. So on that point, I see I'm running out of time, Speaker, but it is with great conviction that I stand here today. We cannot afford to continue to ignore our seniors. And when I hear that initiatives are coming forward at this late hour now by the Minister of Finance, it's hard to take. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in this debate on the private member's resolution. I know in developing the resolution, the leader of the opposition relied heavily on the Seniors Advocate and the work she has done and is doing. And as one, I certainly commend her for her work and the previous advocates. They have certainly and are taking their role quite seriously, engaging with the seniors community, whether it's special interest groups, individuals, and other agencies, to make sure we here in the House and the citizens as a whole get a good understanding of the issues and challenges facing the seniors community, of which I'm proudly to say I am one. So there's a few here, I'm sure, but I won't since I got in trouble saying who is and who isn't in the House at any point in time, I'm sure I'd get in trouble if I started picking out who is a senior and who is not at this stage. But what anyway, it's just for the record. So in her recent report on her recommendations, or her office's recommendations over the recent reports, she has put forth to the public and to government 37 recommendations. Of those 37, so really getting back to the point that the member for Harbour Main said, the government is not listening and is not concerned, is not acting on issues affecting seniors. Well, I want to point out that of those 37 recommendations, we have implemented 21. We have partially implemented another 11, and there are 5 at this stage not implemented, but we are working on those. So I just wanted to put that on the record because I think it is fair to say if you're going to quote what and rely on what the advocate is saying and building your resolution, then let's make sure we all have the full picture. Now, with respect to the one recommendation that relates to the Department of Housing and Newfoundland and Labrador Housing, the advocate supports an expanded and enhanced home repair program. As Minister, I concur. So, what are we doing in the meantime while we're doing a review and looking at how we can expand that program? In budget 2023-24, we implemented and increased the budget. As we did in this past year, we added another $2.5 million. So we are right now in the process of, on an annual basis, supporting, I think, roughly 1,300 households, of which 75% are for seniors. So again, it's a very specific program that really does support seniors. It speaks to what the members spoke to in the example she used. We do have these financial thresholds that do act as a barrier for some households, and that's one of the areas we're focused on in terms of reviewing and modernizing and improving the program. And we certainly want to make sure we can support as many families and many seniors as we can. The other point I wanted to add in terms of what we are doing at the Newfoundland and Labrador Housing in terms of supporting seniors. So right now, in terms of our rental properties, we have 5,600 across the province. 23% are for seniors. Some do, and some will, and some should. So I agree. In terms of partner-managed community housing, and that's for, we work with community groups who operate and run seniors' apartments across the province. Very successful program. Of the program we spent, I think we got roughly 1,200 units. 77% are for seniors. We have a rent supplement program. 55% of that program is dedicated and allocated for seniors. We have the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Housing Benefit. 75% of that program goes for seniors. Again, we said we had the home repair program. 93% of that program goes to support seniors. We have the home modification program. 88% of that program goes to support seniors. We have the home energy savings program. 93% of that program goes to support seniors. And we have the affordable housing programs that we have in place and we are expanding. And 45% of that program is going for seniors. So, Speaker, I just wanted to, again, for the record, to show that while we're dealing with this larger policy issue around senior supplement and benefits and how we can support and expand that, and we are making sure seniors are supported. Now, in terms of doing our work, obviously we're not doing this alone. We do rely on the seniors advocate for the work she does in her office. We're engaged with Seniors NL on a regular basis. I have meetings in current portfolio and previous portfolios to make sure we hear from them as to what they believe are the issues of most concern to seniors and how we can support those. There's no doubt, and I agree with the opposition and the third party and anybody else who's speaking on this, that incomes are the critical element that seniors are wanting to be assured that they have sufficient money to run their households, that they can get their groceries, they can pay their rent and or heat, and obviously other factors. So income has become important, and we have been increasing that along with the federal government, but more needs to be done. We work with Connections for Seniors, and they were subject to a member's statement yesterday, and again, we're working with them, a very progressive organization based here in St. John's, but is looking to expand their reach and their services across the province, and we are engaged in how we can support them in supporting their work across the province. They were a beneficiary of our recent call for affordable housing. They're going to look at expanding housing for seniors in the city. They are setting up a shelter specifically for seniors and doing other work and transportation included. We have the 50-plus clubs across the province, which are definitely a great weather vane for, if you want to know what's happening in the community, for seniors, talk to the 50-plus club, and you're going to get, literally get it from the horse's mouth, what is important to them, where they see the communities needing to support them, where they need the federal and provincial governments to support them. And so that's important, reach in and, by us and government, and I'm sure others do as well. So, Speaker, the important thing here is, I think, raising the issue in the public forum about seniors. They are a rising, obviously, demographic. They're certainly those who pay attention. If anybody pays attention to what's happening here in the House, will be seniors in this province. They are an electoral force, obviously, to be reckoned with. So that's not lost on me in my district, or I'm sure for all our MHAs here. We need to make sure we pay attention to what the seniors are seeking and asking for in terms of support. And it is fair to say it is a reasonable ask of their government to be supported, that they can stay and live in their homes, live in their communities, and that they don't have to be fearful of not being able to support that financially. So I know in talking to the Minister of Finance had to say, my colleague, the Minister of CSSD, we are very active in making sure we can respond to the seniors' needs. I think this is a discussion here this afternoon, and the amendment to the initial resolution speaks to the government's commitment to make sure we address the income issues and challenges of seniors on a go-forward basis. We'll obviously be deliberating on that over the next number of months as we prepare for the budget and look for this in the long term. A quick fix isn't necessarily the right thing to do today, but we need to consider all options, make sure we put them through the appropriate analysis, and then come back to this House with a very specific proposal on how we can support seniors. So, Speaker, I want to thank the opposition for bringing forward the resolution, but I believe the amendment speaks to the government's commitment to, in the spirit of that resolution, to support seniors that we believe is important for the well-being of the province and for all of us here in this House. So thank you, Speaker.
The member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Speaker, I feel a great duty to rise and provide support to this private member's resolution. I think because when I look around, really for the 40 of us that's in this House, we're here because of those that came before us, our seniors. We owe it to them to make their senior years as comfortable and as enjoyable as possible. And I think that we have a lot to learn from other areas, from other regions that are investing in their seniors. And some view it, as particularly across northern Canada, as elders. And they're treated with a great deal of respect. And we have to do that to really make the lives of every senior in our province as enjoyable for their golden years. Now, I want to highlight support for this PMR by highlighting the story of a couple of seniors from my district. And I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of seniors across my district and across the province over, well, since being elected, but before that, across the last number of years. So let me give you the first story. This lady is a widow, and she has lived her life by the slogan, reduce, reuse, recycle. And I saw that when I walked into her home, and she offered me a tea bun, and that tea bun was in a faded Brookfield ice cream container. She has a small car, and she uses that small car for going to appointments, getting groceries, the mail, etc. Her environment footprint is pretty small. She used to have a savings account, a small savings account. But that savings account now, over the last decade, has been completely depleted. Not because of taking Johns to Toronto to see a concert, not because of taking a trip down south for vacation. Her savings account has been depleted because of just trying to survive day to day. She has been driven into poverty. In fact, when I spoke to her a couple of months ago, she had given up her home insurance to pay for the singles vaccine. That is very sad, because the singles vaccine is something that we as a province should be paying for every senior. And the Minister of Finance highlights, that the rebate on property insurance is a cost of living factor. Well, 15% of zero is zero. It is not having an impact on many of our seniors. It's probably having an impact on a lot of millionaires in St. John's, but not on the seniors across our province. She needs a break now, not in April when the budget will be approved. She needs help now navigating winter, because the cost on her home eating, groceries are continuing to rise. And it's important that we help her and put a crutch under her now. She called me last week when I was out in the district during constituency week, and she talked to me about the latest tax break. She said, I don't drink beer, I don't drink wine, I don't consume junk food. I can barely get by now on what's coming in for groceries. How is this helping me? And I looked at her and I said, it is not. We have to do better for her and so many like her across the province. The second case I would like to highlight is a couple living in a small community. Again, like the widow I noted beforehand, very community-minded, volunteers. They are ideal residents of Newfoundland and Labrador. They came to me in late August looking for options from government to replace a few windows. So I looked at the provincial home repair program with them. Unfortunately, Speaker, they were $237 outside the threshold limit. A threshold limit that has not changed within a decade. Now, just think of it. If we had invested that $5,000 in INDEM, that money would have stayed in that small community. It would have been an economic multiplier in that small community. Moreover, we would have supported what the previous seniors representative said. We have to keep seniors in their homes for as long as possible. Now, where could we come up with $5,000? I'll give you a couple examples. If we had, because every dollar we spend, every dollar government spend is an opportunity cost. It's an opportunity cost if you spend it on debt or somewhere else. So for example, the $171K on the UK soccer team, that could have helped 34 seniors, 34. Now, go to the M5 contract for $8 million. It could have helped hundreds of seniors. Every dollar that the government commits to is about an opportunity cost. Exactly. Every dollar that the government commits to is about an opportunity cost on where it could have been spent better and where it could have been spent with an higher priority. We have to make seniors one of the highest priority of this House of Assembly. And, you know, as we go along and look for options, you know, if we don't look to keep seniors in their homes as long as possible, then we're going to be left with a situation that we're going to have to build more long-term care homes, an additional cost on government. So there's an opportunity in front of us to invest in our seniors now. They deserve it, and they deserve it right across the province. So on that, I kindly ask the government to consider, not just with regards to sometime in April, but let's look at options of helping our seniors navigate winter now. Thank you, Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising to support the amendment and the motion as amended. I think we've heard very clearly lately of the challenges of the cost of living for everybody in this province. And I think it would be appropriate at this point to point out that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, has made significant leaps and bounds during the budget process over the course of her last several budgets. I'm not going to rake up old history, but we had some significant challenges with balance of payments. People in the community probably don't really register that as anything that affects their lives, but it does, because if we are in a financial hole, then borrowing money is an issue. The cost of borrowing and how much we can borrow are also issues. And over her tenure in the Department of Finance, she has done wonders with debt management. We've restructured our debt. Debt, in actual fact, is the second largest expenditure on our budget, even now. It comes a distant second to health, and probably is in the same order, maybe slightly less than transportation and infrastructure, but it's more than education. And that is no mean feat, because every dollar we don't have to spend servicing debt, and we can all argue and do from time to time about why that debt is as big as it is, and what various millstones financially we've had to carry. And that's true of any government. It does not matter what stripe sits on this side. That debt is there, and it's going to have to be managed carefully. And I just want to take a few minutes just at the beginning of this to shout out some kudos to my colleague, the Minister of Finance, for actually doing a very good job at restoring our credit rating. Because that credit rating, again, people in the street think it doesn't really matter, but in actual fact it does, because our better credit rating means cheaper debt, which means lower amounts spent on debt servicing, which means more money that is potentially available for other things. So what have we been doing for seniors? Well, if you look past 2-3 budgets, you will see that a significant amount of money has been plowed back. Not just for seniors, but it is affecting seniors. We have significant payments there for rate mitigation to make sure electricity costs don't go up. The basics of life. There is a big debate about the cost of groceries and the like. The facts of the case are that that is a national issue and is subject to market forces that we cannot influence, certainly at a Newfoundland and Labrador level. At a national level, there are some levers, but again, it is market-driven. And unless we go into the wholesale and grocery business as a province, we're not going to be able to manipulate that directly. But in terms of short-term, there are tax holidays. The federal government announced it. Within an hour or so, we'd matched it, and there is the HST, GST holiday that everyone talks about. That's a short-term measure, but that measure alone is going to cost this province $60 million for 2 months. $60 million. That is just slightly under half of the amount that we spent in the Department of Health in my first year as Minister on the NLPDP. That money has disappeared. It's gone. And it's going back into the pockets of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. That is a short-term help. It's a concrete strategy, and it's there now. Again, in terms of reducing the cost of living for, as it were, everyday citizens, we've sacrificed a significant tax revenue from gas. And in doing so, we have gone some way to offset the costs of gasoline. We can't do anything about the federal government and the carbon tax. We've told them it's daft. We've told them it makes no sense. We told them it doesn't work in this province at the moment, and they have not done a thing. And we have no lever to move them off that hill. So what we've done is we've taken money out of the public purse and left it in the purse of the ordinary citizens. That is a challenge because whilst it helps the ordinary citizens, if you've got to run snowplows in winter to keep the roads open, if you've got to run healthcare or you're trying to recruit teachers, you don't have that money to hand to use. So there are opportunity costs with each of these things. The biggest pot now is a cumulative $700 million that has gone back into the pockets of principally seniors, but also other members of the public. We have altered the seniors' benefits. We have increased those. There are home heating rebates. There are oil to electric plans for those seniors who live in their home. Home support hours have been increased. The cost of labor since COVID has gone up. And through budget, through the Department of Health, that cost has been met as best as we can from a financial point of view to provide those hours of care to keep seniors in their own homes longer. Because, as the member opposite pointed out yesterday, on the one hand, they want to know if you're going to build 600 more long-term care beds, and on the other hand, they say, what are you doing to keep seniors in their home? And the answer is, we're doing both. We have, in the initial 3 or 4 years of our mandate, 2016 through 19 to 20, we have significantly increased the number of long-term care beds with facilities that are state-of-the-art. Are they enough? By themselves, no. But some of the measures in health have actually seen residents of long-term care repatriated into the community to lower levels of care with support, much to the joy of those individuals and their families. So this motion, as amended, would commit us to looking at raising the seniors benefit further as part of the budget. Again, we have short-term measures. This is something that would roll out from April and would likely be backdated, I would have thought, knowing Treasury Board, to April, even if the budget didn't pass by the 1st of April. And also to indexing. We've heard about indexing. We've wanted to do indexing for a long time. But again, we have to save on the expenses or save on the debt costs to allow us to move that money from one place to another. It doesn't grow on trees. CIBC are not going to give it to us because we're nice people and we've got a lot of needy folk. We've got to make a case to do that, and quite frankly, Minister of Finance has done an extremely good job at managing the debt. So I would be delighted to support the amendment and support the amended motion, and I think as a member of Treasury Board, I would look forward to having those discussions and receiving any other input, be it from members opposite or from my own constituents who are quite happy to send me notes and knock on the door and visit. So with that, I won't prolong this, and I'll take my seat. Thank you.
Member for Placentia West Bellevue.
Thank you, Speaker. And it's an honor to always rise and speak on behalf of the people of Placentia West Bellevue, but in this case, our seniors in Placentia West Bellevue, which I'm very close with. And before I start, I guess I want to make a shout out to Mrs. Parsons. She resides at the Hilltop Manor. It's her birthday today. I won't say her age. She wouldn't appreciate that, I don't think. But also Mr. Lockyer is at the Hilltop Manor today, and he's celebrating his 99th birthday today. Wow. So happy birthday to Mrs. Parsons and Mr. Lockyer. I just want to mention about, I want to start out by talking about the people that are actually directors, I guess, outside this House of Assembly that are also working towards seniors. And one of the biggest that I want to acknowledge is the new executive for our 50-plus Federation here in Newfoundland and Labrador. Linda Olford has taken on as president. The first vice president is Amy Farrell. She's actually from the district of Placentia West Bellevue. The second VP is Noreen Kareen. The secretary is Rose Wilson Atkinson. And the treasurer is Kevin Thorne, who is also from Placentia West Bellevue. These are tremendous people. They're volunteers, but what they're doing for seniors and elevating, let's say, seniors to understanding what's available to them is really tremendous. They put out a newsletter every month, and you know, they're very active. What they do now is that every second year, the 50-plus Federation is hosting their annual convention in Marystown. So I've attended several times, and it's well is very well attended from right across the province. But they also have some really good keynote speakers, and they bring forward some really keen issues. Another one that's a big help for seniors here in the province, obviously, is our Seniors Advocate. And, you know, I was the Shadow Cabinet Minister for CSSD for a while, and we were the ones on this side that really pushed to get the Seniors Advocate replaced, because we understood how important it was for that voice and that policy office to be in place for the seniors of our province. So I do make a big shout out to our Seniors Advocate, Susan Walsh, who I support tremendously. We also got a new Seniors NL CEO, Kimberly Leonard, and she's actually from Southern Harbour in my district as well originally. So like I said, I want to make a shout out to these people because we're all working together. I've had many meetings with all these people, and the thing is that the communication is open and is honest, and we don't always agree, but the thing is that they know that I support their initiatives, and I will certainly bring it forward for them. I'm not going to take the full 10 minutes, but I do want to comment on a couple of things that was said here today, and I want the government, I guess, to realize that you can't stand up, I suppose, and say that you're increasing the amount that's going into healthcare every year, year on year on year. And then when the seniors advocate recommends the shingles vaccination, because it's a serious situation for seniors, because 1 in 3 seniors will get shingles, 1 in 3. So that needs to, I think that needs to permeate with the room here, for the simple fact that that's not something we can gloss over. That's something that we really need to look at funding and making sure that this is preventative maintenance. So if government wants to be proactive, they will implement this ASAP and make sure that seniors are getting their shingles vaccine. The next one is that we're talking about age well at home. We all agree with that as well, and we want that for our seniors as well. The only issue with it is that I hope it's a coincidence, but as my colleague from Bonavista alluded to about the increased amount that you had to pay now for your home care, that all started happening right after the new collective agreement was signed with home care workers. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and the whole province is seeing what's happening here. When we talk about thresholds, that's what's taken away the dignity from people. When we look at thresholds at being 32,500, that doesn't go far enough whatsoever. So the thing is that we want to make sure that we're letting them live at home with dignity, give them attachment to the Newfoundland Home Repair Program, and let's not look at our seniors as an electoral force. Let's look at them as somebody that deserves our attention. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Thorngat Mountains.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to speak briefly on this motion. I only am down to my last 5 minutes, unfortunately. But the leader of the official opposition for Stephenville Port-au-Port brought forward this motion. This motion is about helping the seniors. Right now, we see huge increases in cost of living. We see huge pressures being put on everybody in the province, but seniors are greatly impacted because of their fixed income. They're on a fixed pension. And we see inflation and we see costs go up. You know, everything is going up. So for us, we really want to make sure that the seniors are not left behind, right? Because it's not fair. I mean, seniors have worked their lives. They contributed to our society. They help with families and supports and things like that. So we want to make sure they're being looked after. And this motion is for seniors' benefit to be increased by 20%, right? And also to have annual increases indexed to inflation. Now, Speaker, I talk about seniors being on a fixed income and the cost of living increasing and if seniors being squeezed. I just want to speak a little bit. This is from Food First NL. So why is this motion so important? Why is seniors so important, and why is important for us to ensure that seniors are not left behind? Food First NL report, on rethinking food charity results, reflections, and recommendations. Right? It talks about what food insecurity looks like, because a lot of our seniors are basically having to juggle their bills, whether they're going to buy food, whether they're going to actually pay their heat bill, whether they're going to actually be able to afford to take the bus, whether they're going to be able to afford, the necessities of life. The focus group here talks about food insecurity damages mental health and well-being. Food insecurity damages mental health and well-being. What does that mean? If seniors are being impacted by food insecurity, this is what's happening. Increased stress and rates of depression. Do our seniors deserve that? This motion is about trying to address that. Increased social isolation and feeling of hopelessness. This is what food insecurity does to our seniors. Do they deserve that? No, that's what this motion is about. Low ambition and lack of concentration. Do our seniors deserve to be impacted by food insecurity because they don't have enough money to be able to go to the grocery store and afford enough food? That's what food insecurity is about. Reduce mental health in general. Do our seniors deserve that? No. Inability for a person to perform at full potential because they're unable to fulfill their basic needs? No. But also, food insecurity is about the lack of nutrition. And the lack of nutrition actually contributes to illness, right, and disabilities. And in actual fact, do our seniors deserve that? No. This motion is about putting a little bit of money back into the seniors' pockets so they can afford food, right? I also want to just speak briefly about my district, because of the huge cost. The increases we see are significantly more than the rest of the province. And with Food First NL, on this page where he does a land acknowledgement, this says where this work sits in Canada, including Newfoundland and Labrador, Indigenous people face a hugely elevated risk of food insecurity. This is a direct consequence of centuries of colonial policies that have intentionally and violently undermined Indigenous food systems and network of community supports. So for our Indigenous seniors, there's an extra layer, right? An extra layer of harm that's being imposed on them. Just referencing government documentation. Government documentation here, I'm quoting, and down at the bottom is the logo for Newfoundland Labrador, the government Newfoundland Labrador, the Newfoundland Labrador Nutrition Food Basket, right? In Labrador, cost for a family of 4. So if we got 2 seniors looking after 2 children, because that happens a lot in my district, a lot of times is the elders that step up sometimes when we do have issues with families, right? For a family of 4, the cost of food is $2,000.36. That's $706 more than the average. So where does that extra money come from if you're on a fixed pension, right? So Speaker, there's many issues. The other thing I want to just briefly mention here is the Minister of Finance came up and put in an amendment, and it was ruled in order. Right, and the amendment talked about actually delaying this resolution, delaying the increase to the seniors benefit until the next budget. But Speaker, the hardship for seniors is they're on a fixed income. They're on a fixed income. So what happens if we wait until the next budget? If we extend put in the delay? We look at the month of January. The month of February to March, April. That's winter months, that's cold months. Even in St. John's, where the climate is mild compared to Labrador, people, seniors struggle to heat their homes, to heat their apartments. So Speaker, delaying it by an extra 4 months, because it'll probably be in April before the budget is actually passed and enacted, right? So those extra 4 months of delay is going to create serious harm to the seniors who is looking for a little bit of a benefit. Now, I remember last year when we were listening to the budget, and you know, the Minister of Finance talked about the increases, the increases to the Newfoundland Labrador seniors benefit. But the reality was put forward in black and white in the Seniors Advocates report, and her report was called "What Golden Years?" And that was basically showing that seniors who are supposed to be living their golden years are struggling. And that's why a report from the Seniors Advocates called "What Golden Years?" And they said that yes, the Seniors Advocates said yes, in July 2022, there was an increase to the seniors benefit by 10%. But that was after 6 years of no increases. Nothing to help the seniors in terms of that, the seniors benefit, no increases. So it was a 10% increase in 2022, right? But at the time, seniors, 32% of seniors were actually saying that they were struggling to afford the necessities of life. 32% of the seniors. This motion from the opposition, the official opposition put forward by the member of Stephenville Port-au-Port, is about trying to actually help the seniors. And then you know, we talked about it in the budget in 2023, there was another 5% increase, right? And that sounds really, really good. But after 6 years of no increases, Speaker, this 15% increase over 2 years, yes, was going to help seniors. But really, the Seniors Advocate put in black and white, these percent increases amounted to $200 in the run of a year. Speaker, that's not going to help a senior in my district be able to afford the oil to heat their house for a week. And and that's what the member from Stephenville Port-au-Port, our leader, talked about. Is a lot of these things that we're hearing about that sound so good, they're one-offs. right? One-offs. You talk about, you know, seniors in on the north coast and south coast of Labrador being able to get this $500 check, a one-off. And you know something, it sounds like we're getting something that the rest of the province is not. But that one $500 check is basically going to be able to heat your house for maybe 2 weeks. And now you're looking at delaying this increase, this motion, denying saying it's ruled in order, right? And the government sits in the majority government. We're probably going to lose the intent here. They're going to delay it until, what, April? And we're looking at winter months, January, February, March, April, Speaker. And so what we got to sit and say and thank this government for a $500 check. And I tell you something right now, anything we get in Northern Labrador, I'll think. But when you look at rural Newfoundland and Labrador, the seniors are struggling. The seniors are struggling. When you look at downtown St. John's, the seniors are struggling because their incomes are fixed, and we see these huge increases. So, Speaker, at the end of the day, over on this side, we're trying to do something to help the seniors now. The leader of the official opposition, the member from Stephenville Port-au-Port, said seniors need help now. I went out in the hallway and asked him about this amendment, and he said this amendment sounds good, but we're going to put another 4 months, winter months, on the backs of the seniors. We're not going to give them the increase until later. That's shameful, right? And the independent member agrees with me, because at the end of the day now, if they can come up and match very quickly a tax relief for everybody in everybody in the province, they have it in their wherewithal to actually increase, to actually pass this resolution.
The Honourable Member St. John's Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. We will certainly support the PMR as amended, although I will tell you this, having it, the original wording was much stronger. 20% puts a clear definition amount on the what is going to be, what is needed. And it sets a clear amount of $1,819 effective January 2025. My fear that with the amendment is it doesn't say how much that increase is. I can guarantee you it won't be up to 20%, and it won't be over 20%. It will be far less. We used to call such language in contract weasel words because it gave the government the opportunity to weasel out of a commitment. So, in that we see that at the end this would have definitely made it strengthen and actually offered some real relief. Now, I've heard here too from comments on the other side about this will allow dignity, seniors' dignity, and to be able to stay safely in their own homes. And I would agree, but there's a lot more, because I think several weeks ago we brought in a PMR about HST, removing the HST, Speaker, off home heating, all forms. And at that time, the Minister of Finance was deeply confused because it didn't sound like an NDP a motion, because we were benefiting those who are well off. And yet, only a short while ago, I was deeply confused when the Minister of Finance, same Minister of Finance, couldn't say enough glowing about the federal HST, a holiday for 2 months, which would do very much the same thing. All I can, and in that flash, I guess $60 million, just like that, no problem. Election time is near, and I guess the only explanation other than election is that the minister was visited by 3 ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, and somehow had an epiphany. Now, I will tell you, we were looking for basically, our PMR would have helped people on fixed incomes. It would have helped seniors in particular, especially seniors. I know from the St. John's, End Homelessness St. John's, the community plan to end homelessness by 2024 to 2028, it talks about the census in 2021 in St. John's, 19% of the population were 65 plus in St. John's. Now, I'm talking about St. John's, but we can extrapolate to other regions of the province where the aging population is probably greater as well. And they are about 39% of the rental market as well. Now, 12,000 households, 24% in St. John's are led by seniors. And yet there are only 1,931 units of non-market housing for seniors. And I emphasize non-market as well. The biggest increase in St. John's population is the 65-plus cohort. And there are about 6,700 seniors projected by 2033. So we have a significant aging population, but also a significant affordability issue that's coming our way. And why this PMR would have been so vital in addressing some of the issues. Now, the government can speak about programs and housing modifications, but I can tell you, and the seniors who've called us, seniors who are getting by with sometimes about a $32,000 or $32,500, just a few, $100, $1,000 over that, is not what I call luxury living. But guess what? When it comes to doing the home modifications or things that they don't repair, they're above the threshold. In fact, talking to some officials, it comes down to most of the people getting it have a much lower income. So right out the bat, one thing that many seniors will say to us, whether it's in St. John's or in other districts, is that they don't qualify. So it's great to have programs, but if a lot of people are not qualifying, we're not helping them. The well-being grant, I will tell you this, and I can think of one lady in my district. The $400, I think, was not going to help her. She would have consumed that, Speaker, in the requirement to have Ensure or Boost, a dietary supplement in the first month. But for the rest of the year, she's pretty well on her own. So we talk about measures, and I guess we're looking at long-term measures as well, is what we really need. Income is just one part of it. So you can raise the income, Speaker, you can raise the threshold here, but unless you're putting other measures into it, then we're not keeping up, because I can tell you that it's about money, it's about housing, it's about health care, affordability of prescription medications, because housing is another significant factor. Public transportation for seniors who are unable to drive or have lost their license or have given up their license. I want to go back to REITs, or real estate income trusts. And I've brought this up a few times, and I just want to report in this document again. New housing bills have not kept pace with demand, especially rental housing, economic and social housing. Affordable housing, rental housing is depleting. Across Canada, large financial firms, real estate income investment trusts have bought up rental housing stock and now own nearly 20% of purpose-built multifamily rental units. The for-profit business model leads these landlords to cut costs and increase rents. And that's the business model of a REIT. They will buy up the properties cheap and they will raise the rents. And I've seen that in my own district with the seniors. The senior I referenced today, $150 a month. Now, we might talk about stifling investment, and I'm sorry, but that's the very kind of investment I would want to stifle, because it's predatory. The seniors in the Northview will tell me that they know that this is the option of last resort. After this, if they can't afford anything else, they're out homeless, and that's what they're afraid of. Which is why I've argued put some restraints on these large financial landlords. By the way, REITs, the money's going right out of the province to begin with. That's the other factor. So if anything else, you can increase the benefits, but if you're going to have large financialized landlords here increasing the rent significantly, you will never keep up. There's got to be something to control that predatory nature. Now, they will tell you that it has to do with inflationary pressures, and market. Market basically means more people are looking so we can jack the price up. Inflation is supposed to be going down, yet this is the rationale. $150 a month. Tell me, about $1,800 a year. That's what that means for a senior. Yes, I do. So, if anything else, and I'll go to a town hall meeting that we had a few weeks ago in my district, and one retired citizen said, you know, 10 years ago, $43,000 was a decent retirement income. Inflationary costs have eaten it away. So I will say this, and this comes down to if we want to look at investment, because I understand like the budgetary constraints, but I will tell you, I think investing in care, keeping seniors at home, and having them in a decent place is going to save health costs. The CMAJ, the Canadian Medical Association Journal, makes it clear that people who are experiencing homelessness, Speaker,
Order, please. Order, please. The level of chatter is getting too loud. I can't hear the members speak.
More geriatric syndrome. So I will say this. Investing in seniors so that they can afford the heat, so that they can afford to put food on the table, so that they don't have to split pills or go without their medication, in the long term is an investment, and it's going to save the province a significant amount of money. Trips to the emergency department, you name it. So a lot of the issues, I mean, and we can't help but support this resolution because it's so NDP in its nature that really we've got no choice but to. So anything that's going to have a long-term effect on people, we'll support. Thank you.
The honourable member Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, I want to pick up where a part where my own colleague picked up, but I'll talk about you know, but more focus on what's going on in Labrador West. One of the things that I believe a couple of the government side members had also talked about was home care and aging at home. Well, it's impossible in Lab West. We do not have home care workers. There's no home care agency in Lab West, and unless you find an individual who wants to work for minimum wage in Labrador West, we have a very hard time. So aging in place is actually out of the question for seniors in Labrador West, and it has become a serious problem because that is forcing people who want to continue to live in Labrador West to move to communities that either they haven't lived in 40, 50 years, or move to communities they've never lived in at all. So we actually are, you know, when it's one of those things about well-being and stuff, well, it's actually negatively impacting the well-being of seniors in Labrador West. Another second part of that too is also we're running out of long-term care beds. When the small little wing that was put onto the hospital in 2016. You know, there's only a very small amount of beds put there. You know, that's another thing too, is we don't have enough long-term care beds as well. And as the community continues to age and grow, we're, I guess, the baby community of the province. You know, we were only incorporated in 1961. We're going through a very interesting time in our history as people choose to continue to stay and retire and live in the community. A great example, my father and my mother. Both of them have chosen, you know, not to leave Labrador West and continue to stay there because they have grandchildren in Labrador West. Unlike my grandfather, who decided to retire to the Gander area. So, you know, this is the changing dynamic of the region. But at the same time, we have no home care workers. We have we only have a very limited number of long-term care beds, and a lot of the programming and stuff that other parts of this province, when it comes to seniors housing and things like that, enjoy, we don't have. And we've been asking for it for a number of years now, and we make small incremental gains, but at the end of the day, it's still having a very negative impact on the well-being of seniors in Labrador West. And you know, this is where the interesting, I guess, conundrum of it all goes is we are just asking to be brought up to the same standard as the rest of the province. We just want to be on par with other communities in the province, but we're having a lot of challenges getting to that point. You know, we have no home care agency, so aging in place is not really a possibility. We don't have any long-term care beds, so that's another possibility. And in between, the care in between, level 2 and 3 care, we don't have any private care homes in Labrador West. So at the end of the day, the options for seniors either hope that you stay healthy and can take care of yourself in your own home, or leave. And that is the two options that the residents of Labrador West face when it comes to aging in place and care. I know I've had discussion with different ministers over time about but about different levels of care and about seniors housing and stuff. But right at this point is incremental gains to a problem that's moving very fast in the region. So this is where we talk about seniors living in place and stuff like that and their well-being. Well, this is a part of the well-being that big part of it we're lacking. And then also, we look at seniors in Labrador West who are living in who move into rental units, hoping that, well, if I move into a rental unit, I can sell my home, and I can't live in this, but at least that way my sidewalk's looked after, or the painting, all this stuff is looked after. And now they're finding out very quickly, like my honorable colleague, that these REITs that buy up all this property and then take the rent and ship it out of the province, this is investment actually leaving the province. They don't really care about seniors, and the rent has moved up very quickly, and now they're in a point where my income don't match the rent, and many of them are now turning to rent supplements if they qualify. Many of them actually don't qualify for rent supplements, and so they find very quickly they're putting themselves in another thing because there's no place for the well-being of seniors when it comes to housing in place, or anything like that. It's a void that has been in our community. So we talk about well-being, we talk about these different things, and I want to make sure that people understand, like, a part of this is that there's communities that are being left behind, and some of them are being left behind a bit larger than others, just because of the type of demographic and stuff that happened over time. But Labrador West is slowly evolving into the similar demographic of the rest of the province. But because, we're a mining community, you're up there, it's all that, that shouldn't have been a reason why these investments and stuff are not available to us, or that special considerations made to us to bring us up to the same standard as the rest of the province. And that's the only thing we're asking, is to bring it up to the same standard. So once again, I don't want to take up the rest of the time, but I just want to put that out there, that there is communities being left behind, and government should really take a serious look at how to bring us up to the standard that's the rest of the province and the things that the rest of the province and the seniors of the rest of this province enjoy, but my seniors don't. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, call on the member of Stephenville Port-au-Port to close debate. The Honourable, the member of Stephenville Port-au-Port.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, I want to thank everybody for their comments today and the discussion around the issue with seniors in our province. I was glad to hear a commitment about indexing, but I was saddened to hear that the PMR was amended and that the immediate impact of helping seniors in our province and providing them with a 20% increase will be deferred according to the amendment. So I will not support the amendment, because by simply pushing this down the road again, we continue to say that it's okay for our seniors to have the lowest incomes in Canada. It's not. We will not have the lowest. We should not be proud of the fact that our seniors have the lowest incomes in Canada. The Seniors Advocate has spoken on this on a number of occasions, talked about the need to turn around and increase the seniors' benefit. And we've pushed it down the road. But what I will continue to say is that seniors in our province deserve better. We should be trying to do everything we can.
No, we're voting against the amendment.
And
we're voting for the amended resolution because we have no
Speaker,
choice.
it is heartbreaking that many seniors are so poor
We can count.
they divide their medicine, ignore their prescribed diets, and skip appointments. And that is the reality that seniors in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador are facing right now. And this would have given that opportunity. It was a defined amount. It was a percentage, 20%, and it was a defined amount. So it was clearly would have a significant impact beginning in January of 2025. That was the whole idea behind this, to say enough's enough. We don't want seniors to be have the lowest income in Canada anymore. We want this to be done immediately. So that is something that's what this PMR is all about. That's what needs to be done. That's what ought to be done. I want to say for everyone listening that the PC party, that seniors are a priority for us, and we care about them. And we take their financial struggles very seriously. And that is why we put forward this PMR today, to recognize that, to recognize the contributions that seniors have made in our province, and to make sure that our seniors can live with dignity in their own homes, can afford the quality of life that they deserve, and can continue to have that same quality of life. And we will ensure that what a senior could buy today, they can buy tomorrow, because that's what this is all about. Let's keep our seniors whole. Let's do that by turning around and starting with this amendment. Let's increase their benefits by 20% on January 1st, and let's index their benefits to inflation, because those are two simple steps that we could take, that the government could take immediately, to help seniors in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And in addition to that, those of us on this side of the House, the PC party of Newfoundland and Labrador, we're not going to stop there. We're going to do a complete and increase all income thresholds to allow more families and individuals to qualify for all of the programs and services that government currently offers. That needs to happen too. So these are things, these are programs that need to be done, ought to be done. But today was about the seniors of our province and their need to have their concerns addressed.
Order, please.
So for the last 2 minutes, let me read back in my PMR that I stood here 2 hours ago and introduced to this House of Assembly. And I will read it again. Thank you. Whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors in this province have the lowest incomes in Canada. Lowest incomes in Canada. And whereas the Seniors Advocate has stated that the cost of living for seniors has increased by 22%, and whereas the Seniors Advocate has outlined that despite the NL Seniors benefit being raised by 15%, in reality, the purchasing power of seniors has fallen behind by 7%, and whereas the most recent status update from the Seniors Advocate demonstrates that the recommendation to annually index the NL Seniors benefit has not been implemented, and whereas the Seniors Advocate compassionately and correctly states that 1/3 of seniors in Newfoundland and Labrador cannot afford necessities, with many cutting pills in half or not eating nutritious food. And whereas the Seniors Advocate has said that seniors are getting poorer annually while costs continue to rise, be it resolved that this Honourable House urge the government to increase the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit by 20% for a maximum benefit of $1,819 effective January 2025, and further commit to annual increases indexed to inflation. Speaker, can't put it any plainer than that, and I simply say, let's get it done, because we intend to do it.
Order, please. House ready for the question? We'll be first voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Nay. All those against? Nay. Amendment carried. I'm not sure if that was an A or an A on there. We'll be now voting on the amended resolution. All those in favor of the amended resolution? Nay. All those against? Motion carried. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
What? Yep. Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Labour, that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act No. 2, Bill 104.
It is moved and seconded that I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself the committee owed to consider Bill number 104. It is a pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Motion carried.
I cannot look at the shovel. I'm in trouble then. Order, please. We are back in Committee of the Whole reviewing Bill 104, an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act Number 2.
Clause 1.
Shall Clause 1 carry? The Honourable the Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. For a question, when opening up the Act, was there any other considerations for any changes made at this time? No worries. I'll repeat that
makes
again.
two of us.
Yeah, I'll repeat that for the Minister again. When opening up the Act, was there any other considerations made for other changes during this time?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you. As I said earlier today, myself and my colleague, the Fisheries Minister, have been there have been some ongoing discussions with FFAW&ASS, with the two parties. We don't want a repeat of the last couple of years. They don't either. And basically, the member can add more if I'm not giving a fulsome answer, but from my knowledge and understanding and involvement, they asked to be able to go back to the right to strike. We have 13 species under the price-setting panel. Seems to work for most. When we met with them the end of October, that was the feedback we got. It seems to work for most. And I do want to be clear on a couple of things. I was reflecting on this lunchtime, and I wasn't sure if I was clear when I closed up second reading, but the agreement that we have with the two parties right now is an agreement with the process that we have put in place. So where we go after this bill receives royal assent today, it's not going to come into force until we actually hear back from both parties. So just wanted to clarify that. And basically, they have been, I think, the Fisheries Minister would have addressed in the 9-point plan the other issues that were raised by them. But in terms of this, that's fulsome.
The Honourable Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Chair. What was the rationale for doing a 7-day period here? Does this differ from any other legislation, like under labor relations or anything like that? Like, what was the thought process for 7 days?
The Honourable the Minister responsible for Labour.
Yeah, we wanted to go with a little bit of an expedited process given the seasonality nature of the fishery.
The Member for Labrador West.
And my final question, when doing the fines, what led to set the fines at a maximums of 100 and 500 respectively? Does that seem like a sufficient amount for deterrent against unlawful acts?
The Honourable the Minister responsible for Labour.
He said, how did we determine the amount of fines? Fines?
That's the Labour Board.
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister responsible for Labour.
Yeah. Sorry, it was a little bit noisy here. So we did that in conjunction, in alignment with the Labour Relations Board. Yeah.
Seeing any further speakers? Committee of the Whole, shall the motion carry? All those in favour? Those against? Carried.
Clauses 2 through 19 inclusive.
Shall clauses 2 through 19 inclusive carry? All those in favour? Against? It's carried.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and House of Assembly in legislative session convened as follows.
Shall the enacting clause carry? All those in favour? All those in favour? Against? Thank you. It's carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act, Number 2, Bill 104.
Shall the title carry? All those in favour? Hey, thank you. Against? Title is carried. Shall I report Bill 104 carried without amendment? All those in favour? Against? Thank you. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Labour, that this committee rise and report progress on an...
No.
No.
Carried without amendment.
Got it. Got it.
Take a breath.
Report Bill 104, carried without amendment.
It has been
Thanks to-
moved and seconded that this Committee of the Whole do now rise, and I report that Bill 104 has been carried without amendment. It is the pleasure of this Committee of the Whole to adopt this motion. All those in favor? Yay. Against? Thank you very much.
Order, please. The Honourable the Member for Lake Millville, Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Speaker. Very pleased to report that the Committee of the Whole have completed the matters referred to them. Bill 104, an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act Number 2, has been carried without amendment. Thank you.
The Chair of the Committee reports that the committee have considered matters and referred and directed that Bill number 104 be carried without amendment. When shall the report be received? When should the bill be read a third time? Now. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Having made progress on Bill 104, I ask leave that an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act Number 2, Bill 104, be now read a third time.
Does the member have leave? Leave is granted. The Honourable the Member, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Labour, that an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act Number 2, Bill 104, be now read a third time.
It is moved and seconded that the said bill be now read a third time. Is it pleasure thou to adopt the motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those against? Motion carried.
A bill, an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act Number 2, Bill 104.
This bill has now been read a third time. In order the bill do pass, as the title be on the order paper. We will now move in closing remarks by members, followed by the Lieutenant Governor will be joining us a little later. The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. As the official opposition, we have spent the last 14 days bringing attention to issues that matter to the people of the province. We know that because they brought these issues to us, to our caucus. Important issues, I might add, like access to health care, cost of living challenges, especially for seniors, transparency of decisions, and many other concerns. And we will continue to advocate for people and help them get the help they need no matter where they live in our province. And, Speaker, we will never, never get tired of listening to their concerns and finding solutions to their concerns. We believe that we can do better, we must do better, and we will do better. And that's why we sit in this House of Assembly. We must never forget who put us here to be their voice, and that is the people in our districts all over Newfoundland and Labrador. First, I want to start by thanking my own district of Stephenville Port-au-Port, who have given me the honor and privilege of representing them in the House of Assembly now since 2019. And I take that responsibility very seriously. And second, I want to turn and thank you to my entire caucus, who are committed people, who fight hard every day for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you for your continued support, and I am so proud of our growing team. To my own family and to the families of caucus, we would never be able to do this job without your support, without your continued support. So to my family, thank you so much for again allowing me to do this great job that I so much enjoy. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of my caucus members when I say to their families, thank you for allowing them to be part of our team and to do the great work they do on behalf of the people that are in the districts that they represent in Newfoundland and Labrador. To our constituency assistants and CAs for keeping the district offices running while MHAs are in the House. We all know the value of our constituency assistants. I don't have to tell anybody about how these MVPs, because every single one of them is an MVP, they keep us going. And they do not stop. They work tirelessly and effortlessly on behalf of people in all of our districts. And our staff, of course, in our opposition office, we could not function without a dedicated and committed staff. And again, a staff who knows no clock, who are ready and willing to serve and look after and investigate and research and get answers on behalf of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador whenever they are called upon. So to all of our staff in our opposition office, I want to say thank you very much. To the Speaker of the House, who has the inevitable job of trying to keep us in line and to do that on a continuous basis, and sometimes challenging, sometimes good, you know, congratulations on the job that you do on behalf of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador as well. To the table officers, the pages, and the individuals who work in the Speaker's and Clerk's office, again, thank you for all you do to keep this House of Assembly going every single day. And even when we're not in session, all of the work that happens behind the scenes in making sure that everything is ready and willing to go. To Hansard and Broadcast, of course, for streaming these broadcasts. And we all know the tremendous support of the number of people that tune in every day to watch the House of Assembly broadcast, especially in the District of Bonavista. I think they're well known. Some of those are well known in the District of Bonavista, to the Legislative Library, and of course to our commissioners and security, who again, all of whom make this place work. This is about a team, and a great team that we have around here in the House of Assembly that support all of us. There's 40 of us, but we have a huge team that support us. And again, to all of that team, thank you so much for everything you do. Now I would like to address the people of the province briefly. And I would like to say to the people of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, as we get ready for Christmas, Christmas is that most special time of year for families and friends in our province and around the world. It's a time to come together with those most important to us and to count our blessings as we reflect upon the Christmas message of joy, peace, love, and hope. There's nothing quite like the magical feeling of the holidays, and traditions like cutting down your own Christmas tree, baking cookies with the grandkids, or donating to a charity always have a way to warm our hearts. The holidays are also a time for giving. The saying, "It's better to give than to receive," always comes to full life at Christmas. And nowhere in the world, nowhere will you find a more giving and caring people than Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. And while Christmas is a joyous season for most of us, let us not forget that it can be lonely for others. I offer a heartfelt thank you to those who give so much to people who are struggling. A small gesture of kindness goes a long way. So let's always be there for them and help them experience the true meaning of Christmas. So whatever traditions you enjoy this season, may your home be filled with peace and joy, your heart with love, and your life with laughter. And let us pledge to carry the spirit of the holidays with us every day and always find ways to bring joy to others and make our province a better place. On behalf of the official opposition of Newfoundland and Labrador and my family, I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a healthy and happy New Year. Thank you.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. It's been an interesting session. Certainly, I think this is the first November 11th ceremony that we celebrated with the unknown soldier, and I have to commend the Premier and all those involved in bringing that person home. And it was a significant celebration. So not a celebration, but a commemoration. So that, I think, that's been one of the key points of this year, certainly for me and for the Legion in my district. For us, and you I probably go on ad nauseum, it comes down to housing, affordability, and health. And we've been focused on a lot of those issues, certainly with regards to these issues, because they're central to people's well-being and health, overall health as well. And we cannot, I guess, but focus on them, Speaker. We've had a lot of discussion around affordability, but I think in many ways we still look at, from our point of view, that it's not just one action, but there's at least three pillars that we focus on. And in my district, and I can know from my colleagues' district in Labrador West, a lot of them, the issues, it may have more money in some ways than mine, and some others there might be more, but people are still struggling with affordability issues, with housing issues, and in many cases, health issues in my district, probably to do with affordability of medication, having access to a doctor. I listened to my colleague, and a large hurdle that in his district, and others I would suggest, has to do with the transportation to get medical care. I take it for granted. There's a hospital in my district, and we got two in this area, and for the most part, I know that anything happens, it's a short ride to them, and I've got a pretty good chance anyone to get the help they need. For housing, also within the city, there are also so significant other services that are available. But I think for us, if we want to address a lot of the underlying issues, it's about addressing of making sure people are adequately housed, that they can put food on the table, that they have their health taken care of. I know there's been a lot of talk about violence, and I was asked about it out in the scrum, and I will say this. We're putting $44 million into policing, and I'm not saying that there shouldn't be enforcement, but I really do believe fundamentally, that when we address the underlying causes, whether it's poverty and you name it, but poverty essentially, we take care of that. There's an investment in people. It's not by accident that in the last few years we've probably seen a rise in intimate partner violence and other issues around this, and I would say it's because of the fact that people are getting desperate. But I think we still need to also keep in mind, firmly focus on those social determinants of health. And the Health Accord was more than just about fixing the healthcare system. It was about fixing the societal issues that create the problems that we face. And that's something we'll keep fighting for. I will say this, it's been a privilege still, and it's almost going on 6 years, I think now. You know, I started this, I guess, with my brother, helping him run in Paradise, and I remember asking him at the time, hey, those kinds of conversations happen behind the family dinner maybe. But I do remember at the time, I said, because he was a councillor with Paradise, and I said, Paul, you really want to go on, you want to become an MHA, you're going to have a lot more problems than just in the council. And I remember him saying to me that, well, at least if I'm an MHA, you've got resources behind you to help the people. And I said, and lo and behold, a year and a half later, I'm next to him. I don't know how to explain that one, but anyway. So I do want to first of all then extend best wishes and thanks to the colleagues in the House of Assembly, to the Premier, to the Leader of the Official Opposition, to our independents, to all MHAs. If nothing else, the debate is always good. Sometimes I even learn things. I may not always agree with it, but I will learn things. To the Speaker. And Speaker, I share a special kinship with you because as a teacher, and I would say that my other two colleagues who are teachers, we all know about classroom control, and so on and so forth. So at times I sit here and I don't envy you, especially when you've got to try to remember names as well. Not one of my strongest suits as a teacher, but I'll give you credit. It's a bit like herding cats at times, I'm sure. To the Pages, for the constant supply of water, for the cheerful smile, for picking up the documents, for bringing things to us. I know it's probably hard to sit there at times and listen to the debate and maybe and wonder, okay, how does this apply to how does what I learn apply to this? But thank you for your service. To the table officers, basically, who help, along with the Speaker, help keep this place organized. To the Sergeant of Arms, who we have a front row seat here to his expertise in walking up and down, replacing the mace, and the fact that he was a former, I went to school with him, that doesn't spare him any abuse, but he takes it in good stride and a good sense of humor. To the commissionaires and to the security people who keep us safe. We come in here and we take it for granted that our safety is secure. Yet I was listening to the news last night and at CBC about the rise in hateful language and abuse and personal attacks on politicians. Regardless of what decisions we make, the fact is that it's troubling to see that. And so far, I haven't seen it as such in this province, nor experienced it. But at the same time, we always need to keep in mind that there is, regardless of the difference, there's a level of discourse. Fight hard on the issues, but at the same time, that we're all doing a job here, and not necessarily an easy job. To the Hansard and to the Broadcast Centre, thank you for keeping for the record keeping that you do for and for making sure, if nothing else, for the accountability for posterity and so on and so forth. I will say to the media as well that certainly they're a key part to the democratic process, because they're the ones that will hold us to account, ask the questions, get the message out. But for the most part, they're there to make sure that we are all held accountable. And I'll move to, I guess, our caucus staff. And, while it's a privilege to serve in this House of Assembly as the member for St. John's Centre and as leader of the third party with my colleague Jordan, that I will say that it's a privilege to be working with the caucus and have such great people behind me. I will tell you, my colleague from Lab West is a font of knowledge. He's got a mind like a steel trap in many ways, and more information than that I think I've forgotten or never learned to begin with. So I don't know where he gets it, but he comes off as very trustworthy, and so I got no choice but to believe him. And he provides the youthful balance to the now senior citizen in this partnership here. I do want to mention our staff, and would leave Speaker Amanda, Tori Jean, Scott, Steve, and Stephanie, and they are the ones who are, I got a small caucus, a small but mighty caucus, but they're the ones who take care of the communications. running the office, making sure we had the supplies we need, making sure we had the resources we need, the information we, and more importantly, the discussion, and sometimes talking you down off a ledge. To my constituency assistant, our constituent assistants, Elizabeth and Leanne, I will tell you this, especially when the House is open without them, Speaker, I don't know if the contact, I don't know if we could maintain the contact we should with our constituents, but they're the workhorses. 157 cases I know in my, that are open in my district, and it's my CA, and I would suggest the CAs around us who are doing the bulk of the work. So sometimes when people say to me, "Thank you, Mr. Dinh, for your help," I'll say, "Listen, that's all my CA." She went ahead and did that. To our constituents, I want to certainly thank them for their support and for their critique when I needed it, for bringing their problems to me. I would say entrusting me with their problems, and it's hard to say at times that I may not be able to help them, but for the most part they come and well, I think the fact is they just sometimes want a person to hear their story. But it's the constituents who I depend on for support, whether they voted for me or not. The fact is I represent them, and they all have a say in how, in what I say, and the issues I put forward. I also, within my district, I think of the organizations that are getting ready for Christmas. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul, preparing Christmas hampers. Bridges to Hope, the Salvation Army, the Chesapeake Center of Hope, and I'll say because while they are not the answer to addressing poverty, they help alleviate it in times of crisis. I cannot help but say this. It is bothersome when a mall decides to ban an organization such as the Salvation Army from collecting in their premises. While there may be a religious affiliation there, but the fact is that they help. I can test the fact that they help all people, regardless of beliefs, to at least make sure that they got a Christmas hamper and food and clothing and sometimes toys for Christmas. They do good work, and at this time we need all hands that we can to look after each other, and they look after each other. The people of the province as well, because I do get calls from people from across the province, and it's certainly it's an opportunity to hear the conversation. Sometimes I bring it to my colleagues it's their constituent, but it's an opportunity to hear their perspectives. I want to thank them for that, and I especially want to thank, I guess, my family, my wife, my children, and their partners, their husbands, and my grandchildren, two of which are with me with my wife today. No matter how bad the day is, it's nothing like having getting home and at least meeting the grandchildren. And I look at the members who brought their children in the day. I tell you, it's probably what gives you the strength to go on. So, Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays. Celebrate this Christmas and this season however you choose, whatever your beliefs are. The key thing is to keep safe, enjoy the time, spend it with family and friends, and for those in this house who have to travel quite a bit and have to be away from home, I think it's more important. I get to drive home in 10 minutes or less, but for those who have to be here while the house is open and probably not to get to see their family, I know it's got to be a significant stress. But to everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and if I may be indulged, I'll read the last bit from A Christmas Carol. And it was always said of Scrooge that he knew how to keep Christmas well. If any man alive possessed the knowledge, may that be truly said of us all, of us, and all of us. And so as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone. Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year.
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following Charles Dickens is going to be tough. The fall sitting of the House of Assembly tends to be an incredibly busy time. There's lots of legislation to work through, and everyone in this honourable House, regardless of political stripe, endeavours to work hard for their constituency and hard for the best interest of Newfoundland and Labrador. Once again, I am immensely proud of this team, of the work that we do for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, and all that we have been able to accomplish together. Our province is a beautiful and unique place, a vibrant place, a home to the best people in the world. And I can tell you, I'm sure I share the feelings of privilege and honor with everyone in this House to represent them. It is certainly a privilege to represent the people of my constituency of the beautiful district of Humber-Gross-Mourne. Oh, thanks for Humber-Gross-Mourne. My honourable colleagues in this House are indeed dedicated and passionate, and while it may fuel the debate, there is no doubt that the fuel in the tank is the best interest of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, regardless of stripe. So I want to sincerely thank everybody in this House for their commitment to their constituency, their commitment to the energy and passion of the debate, and their commitment to the betterment of Newfoundland and Labrador. Speaker, it is our duty to tackle the challenges facing our province and to strive to make the lives of all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians better. And Speaker, we remain steadfast in our commitment to do just that. This fall, we announced Newfoundland and Labrador as the first well-being province in Canada. By placing well-being at the forefront of all policies and decision-making, we will improve health outcomes for all residents, supporting our goal of becoming one of Canada's healthiest provinces by 2031. Speaker, our recruitment and retention strategy to attract healthcare professionals is working and continues to be a priority for everyone. Since April 2023, we have recruited 147 doctors and more than 830 nurses. And we have connected more than 60,000 residents with family care teams across the province. Speaker, that number connected to family care teams just 3 years ago was 0. This summer, we announced a seniors' health well-being plan. This $10 million will focus on improving seniors' well-being and supporting healthy aging, establishing centers of excellence in aging, and strengthening integration and service delivery across the care continuum. In addition to these significant initiatives, we completed the construction of the new Adult Health and Addiction Center. We became the first province to sign up for the National School Food Program, resulting in 4,100 school kids getting healthy meals in schools this year. We replaced more than 300 self-contained breathing apparatus units for volunteer fire departments throughout the province. We increased access to early learning and childcare with more than 11,000 spaces operating at $10 a day and more in development. We increased funding to enhance policing services, including RNC, RCMP Joint Task Force, and additional police officers. Announced additional investments to enhance our justice system that supports more correctional officers, Crown attorneys, and deputy sheriffs. Announced the establishment of a world-class Atlantic Wildfire Center in central Newfoundland, and have worked collaboratively with our partners to take initiatives to support a modern, successful, free enterprise-driven fishery. And Speaker, we understand that the cost of living and affordability continues to hamper and hurt and cause anxiety amongst our citizens. And we've supported Newfoundlanders and Labradorians with more than $700 million in affordability measures, including lowering the provincial tax on gas. In addition, we have made positive legislative changes to address many other concerns, including changes to sick note requirements, which will alleviate the administrative burden for healthcare professionals and minimize unnecessary use of the emergency department. Proposed amendment to the Labor Standards Act to include additional unpaid job-protected leave for long-term illnesses, long-term injury, and organ donation. Changes to the administration of Crown lands will quicken regular applications while supporting long-term possession of the land homes are built on. Well done. Mr. Good Deeds, indeed. Managing unclaimed remains is necessary, and changing it to ensure that it is done in a respectful, a dignified manner once all other options have been exhausted. Changes to the Animal Health and Protection Act will help ensure highest possible standards for animal welfare. Speaker, these are just some of the examples of the good work being done by everyone here in this House, and we're not finished yet. Behind every piece of legislation, behind every policy initiative, are a lot of hard-working, dedicated staff in the departments making some ideas a reality. Our dedicated public servants are the best in the country and provide important services and programs to all Newfoundland and Labrador every single day. I sincerely thank them for their efforts and recognize them for their incredible dedication and accomplishments to date. Thank you as well to the clerk and the staff in the clerk's office, the legislative library, the broadcast team, the table officers, Hansard, Sergeant of Arms, to our commissionaires and security guards for their work here at the Confederation Building and government offices. Thank you. Day in, any hour, you guys are here. Thank you. Speaker, I also want to thank you and recognize you and your office for the incredible work that you do, not just at maintaining decorum, but ensuring that the legislative agenda advances accordingly. Thank you. Thanks also to our dedicated political staff who support our caucus and the entire team, as well as those working with you to support your decision-making on the opposite side of the House. Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, while it may be us who are elected, it is a family who serves. And so to each and every one of you, please take time to spend with your families, and please let me do the distinct honor of thanking mine who are here in the gallery today. The late nights, the endless phone calls, the travel around the province, the canceled birthday celebrations, the canceled Christmas concerts, the canceled graduation ceremonies. The list goes on. And I'm sure, I know, I am not alone in that endeavor. So to every family member, thank you. As we close this session of the House of Assembly and look forward to the holiday season, I can't help but also reflect on what an incredible year we have had. One of the distinct highlights of my life happened this year, and it was a great honor and responsibility of having our unknown son, our unknown First World War Newfoundland soldier, reinterred in a tomb at the National War Memorial in St. John's. The people of this province showed up for our son. They showed up in this year, 2024, to recognize the sacrifice that he made. I know I share this with the member on the opposite side, but those moments accepting his remains in France and finally laying him to rest at home will stay with me, and I hope this House forever. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart to all those who had a hand in making that historic, that final, peaceful resting journey possible. So from my family to yours, I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Much peace and happiness may you enjoy during these celebrations of the season. And I hope we all have an opportunity to pause, reflect on the importance not just of our jobs, not just of our constituency, but indeed the special place that we call home in Newfoundland and Labrador. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God guard thee, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Thank you. I guess there's not much for me to say about ditto. I think everything's been said, but I will take a couple minutes to, first of all, say some thank yous. As we finish up the fall session, it's a great pleasure for me to take a few moments to recognize the people that make sure the smooth operations of this legislature happens. And I've commonly said we only have a small team, but we have a mighty team, and I'm very thankful for the team I have. I'd like to start by thanking the support staff of the House of Assembly, the ones that does the work behind the scenes, the corporate and member services, the Legislative Library, and our information management team, Ansert, and broadcast. And I'm pleased to say that as we're breaking now over the Christmas season, we turn back to the spring session, we will be upgrading our systems and hopefully they'll be working very hard to make sure that the equipment is all installed and prepared and working properly. But hopefully that will make their lives a little bit easier because most of our equipment here is very dated. So looking forward to those upgrades. I would also like to take a second to acknowledge the valuable, dedicated, and committed work of our statutory officers and their staff in each of those offices. They do some fantastic work for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and I commend them for that. Thank you to the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure and their staff for the work they do in making sure that this building, even though it's our legislative building, it still falls under the envelope of transportation infrastructure. And anytime that we have any issues or want anything done, they're always there quick to respond and help us where they can. So thank you. To some of my staff, Sabrina Burns in the clerk's office, I just want to say a big thank you for making sure that everything runs smoothly. Sabrina's the one making sure that all the documents are prepared and brought forward and the agendas are prepared so that the pages can get it out on the tables each day. In the chamber, I'd like to, first of all, thank our Sergeant of Arms, Mr. Robert Hescott. I know he finds it very hard to come to work every day, and it's hard to see him smile or laugh, and believe it or not, he even likes it at lunch from time to time, 3 or 4 sandwiches, break time and things like that. But Robert, thank you very much for all the work you do. To our pages here, and the ones that are not with us right now, big thank you for all the work you do. Portia will be finishing with us after this evening, as she just recently graduated. So thank you, Portia. And best of luck in all your future endeavors. But we have another girl that just joined us today, Hema. So Hema, welcome, and thank you for your service. To the commissioners and RCMP and RNC that up in our gallery, but the ones that's here every single day when we're in session to make sure that every member is protected and have the security that we need to do our jobs. We all live in a very volatile society right now, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the great work you guys do. We greatly appreciate it. To my Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chair of Committees, thank you very much. Especially this year I had to miss a little bit of time at the events, and thank you. You've done a fantastic job. I was following it. It might have been 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning where I was too watching it, but I did follow it, and I thank you for the work you do, and I'm sure all members appreciate what you've done. To my table officers, my clerk, Kim Ollie George, law clerk, Jerry Smith, as well as Bobby Russell, Kim Hammond, Mark Jarrett, and Evan Breesley. Thank you very much. You guys... The advice, direction, and support that you provide to me on a daily basis, it's very heartwarming and thankful. You are so professional in the work you do, and I would not be able to do my job, and many other members would not be able to do the job with the work you do, and I greatly appreciate it, and I thank you. To my constituent assistant, Pam Foss, and also my EA, Kayla Noel, as one of the members mentioned, when we're in session, we rely so heavily on our CAAs back in our districts, and I have to say Pamela's only been with me a little less than 2 years. She's been doing a fantastic job, and like one member has mentioned before, when I'm back in my district now, sometimes I pick up the phone and answer a call, and I'll answer it, MHA Derek, and she'll say, they'll ask, can I speak to your assistant, please? All right, so it speaks volumes to the quality of work they're doing, and we would not be able to do it to do the job that we're able to do, representing the people of our district without their support. One event or 2 events that I just wanted to highlight a little bit that I as Speaker took on this year, and that was the Mace Tour that we went on June when the last session closed. We took 12 days to travel throughout Newfoundland and Labrador to bring the Mace to schools and other community groups to talk about democracy, to talk about the role of MHAs, to talk about the role of Speaker, and democracy and overall. And I got to say, it was a fantastic event, one that I'll truly always remember. Just being able to talk to our youth and in the classroom setting, but also in the gymnasium setting, and to give them the opportunity to ask questions. Many people have never seen the Mace before, unfortunately. Many of them do not have the opportunity to travel to the city to take part in their legislation. So I thought it was a great idea, and our staff was very supportive of it, to take the Mace out and take democracy out on the road. And we will continue to do that. And then just last week, we hosted the first Teachers Institute here in the Confederation Building and the Colonial Building. 25 educators from across Newfoundland and Labrador came in, and I know some members did take the opportunity to visit here while the Teachers Institute was on, and I have to say it was a phenomenal event. I did take a lot of time myself to talk with the teachers and probably interrupt the staff sometimes when they're doing their presentations to answer some questions. But I got to say, it was so well received, and hopefully we'll find budgetary money to do both of these events in next year, the Mace Store and the Teachers Institute. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the support of the Department of Education and the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts and Recreation in making that event. And thank you to all the staff that helped in any way of making that such a success that it was. To the leaders and the members, as the member said, it can be challenging here sitting in the chair at times. And he compared it to a teacher. My background is recreation, so I compare it to a referee on the ice or on the court. But it can be challenging, but I understand that every member in this House of Assembly is very passionate about what they do and how they represent the people of their districts, but also the people of the province, and try to find a balance of debate, respectful debate, and but also keeping the decorum in that. So I do thank you for your cooperation, each and every one of you. Like I said, it has been challenging, but also been very rewarding. As previously mentioned, none of us would be able to do these jobs without the support of our families, and I would just like to thank my wife Tina and my family for their support. It's been 9 years, a little over a week, 9 years ago, that many of us got elected here, and it's been, it comes with a lot of sacrifices, being away from home so long, being on the road so much, and I think we're all very thankful for the support that we do get from our family. So as we close for the Christmas season, I just want to wish everyone also a very Merry Christmas, a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year. And as everyone is traveling out through the districts, please be safe and take time to enjoy it with your family and friends. Thank you. We are going to have maybe another 15 or 20 minutes before the Lieutenant Governor. Less? Okay, she's on her way. Good. So, what's that? We'll open up the floor for debate.
We'll get the same answer.
And after the LG do roll of sound on the bills, we will close with our tradition, as I have since I became Speaker, with singing of the Hodes. So rather than members leave, we'd rather if you just stay around for a few minutes if you can, and we'll take a short recess. This House stands in recess.
Got it? Check, check.
It is the wish of Your Honor, Lieutenant Governor, that all present be seated.
Thank you.
May it please Your Honor, the General Assembly of the province, as in the present session, passed certain bills to which, in the name of and on behalf of the General Assembly, I respectfully request Your Honor's assent.
A bill, an act respecting the amalgamation of Newfoundland and Labrador Hydroelectric Corporation and Nalcor Energy, Bill 33. A bill, an act respecting health research ethics, Bill 64. A bill, an act respecting, an act to amend the Animal Health and Protection Act, Bill 65. A bill, an act to amend the Lands Act No. 2, Bill 68. A bill, an act to amend the Medical Act and the 2011 and the Psychologists Act 2005, Bill 80. A bill, an act to amend the Labor Standards Act, Bill 82. A bill, an act to amend the Medical Act 2011, No. 2, Bill 83. A bill, an act to amend the Registered Nurses Act 2008, Bill 84. A bill, an act to amend the Provincial Health Authority Act and the Fatalities Investigations Act, Bill 85. A bill, an act to amend the Opioid Damages and Healthcare Costs Recovery Act, Bill 86. A bill, an act respecting licensed practical nurses, registered psychiatric nurses, and nurse practitioners, Bill 87. A bill, an act to repeal the Municipal Financing Corporation Act, Bill 88. A bill, an act to amend the Revenue Administration Act, No. 5, Bill 89. A bill, an act to amend the Family Relief Act, Bill 91. A bill, an act to amend the Engineers and Geoscientists Act 2008, Bill 92. A bill, an act to amend the Urban and Rural Planning Act 2000 and the City of St. John's Municipal Taxation Act, Bill 93. A bill, an act respecting the management of law enforcement articles, uniforms, vehicle markings, and vehicle equipment, Bill 94. A bill, an act to amend the Public Safety Act, Bill 95. A bill, an act to repeal the Financial Services Appeal Board Act and to amend various acts of the province to eliminate appeals to the Financial Services Appeal Board, Bill 96. A bill, an act to amend the Family Violence Protection Act, Bill 97. A bill, an act to amend the Arts Council Act, Bill 98. A bill, an act to amend the Labor Standards Act No. 2, Bill 101. A bill, an act to amend the Fishing Industry Collective Bargaining Act No. 2, Bill 104.
In His Majesty's name, I assent to these bills. If I may, I'd just like to take a few moments to thank you for your work this session. Obviously, a lot of work completed by the number of bills. And to say to you that your work is very important. And I think that it's very important for all of us to remember that. We are here as representatives of the people from all over this province. And I think we appreciate this democracy and this whole process more than ever in the days that we see around us. So I want to thank you for that hard work. I also want to wish you and your families a very Merry Christmas and a peaceful Christmas as you go back to your districts. You're probably wondering what I'm doing in this. We have a Christmas tree lighting today at Government House. And the lighting is at 6 o'clock, and it's quite lovely. We're expecting a very special visitor, no offense to any of you, who is going to arrive there in a couple of minutes. to see the children and the families. So it's a pretty special time down there today, but nice to see so many families, local families, new to the province families. So thank you again, safe travels home, and a very Merry Christmas to you and all your family. Thank you. Thank you.
All rise.
Please be seated. Before we adjourn, sticking with tradition, I'm going to call upon the Minister of Women and Gender Equality to lead us, first of all, into Ode to Labrador, followed by to the Ode to Newfoundland.
Let's all stand. And I'll call on my colleagues, of course, from Labrador to help lead the Ode to Labrador. Dear land of mountains, woods, and snow, Labrador, our Labrador, God's noble gift to us we know. Labrador, oh Labrador, that proud resource is waiting still. Their splendid tasks will soon fulfill. Obedient to thine Maker's will, Labrador, our Labrador. We love to climb thy mountain steep, Labrador, our Labrador. Our paddle on thy waters deep, Labrador, our Labrador. Our snowshoes scar thy trackless plains. We seek no city streets or lanes. We are thy sons while life remains. Labrador, our Labrador. Okay. When sun rays crown thy pine-clad hills, and summer spreads her hand, when silvern voices tune thy reels, we love thee, smiling land. We love thee, we love thee, we love thee, smiling land. As loved our fathers, so we love. Where once they stood, we stand. Their prayers we raise to heaven above. God guard thee, Newfoundland. God guard thee, God guard thee, God guard thee, Newfoundland.
Please be seated. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
This is my Christmas present to myself. I move Seconded by the Premier that this House do now adjourn.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor? All those against? Motion carried. This House shall stand adjourned until 1:30 p.m., March the 3rd, 2025.